Chapter 304. It was unknown whether it was Lu Xiaoyi's caution that allowed him to avoid the traps, or that the supreme cultivators simply did not gather enough manpower, or that they did not have the intention to do so. Their journey was smooth and they returned to the side of the Wolf Ridge that was close to the western regions. The mountain tribes here were only a few thousand miles away from the western regions, and the furthest were not more than 10,000 miles away. For the Wolf Ridge that was tens of thousands of miles deep, it could be understood as the radiation range of the western regions. The reality was indeed so. Out of the 12 high mountain tribes, they went from the north to the south. Out of the 9 tribes, 7 of them chose to cooperate, and only 2 insisted on being independent. It was very normal. Those that judged the situation, there would definitely be those that were stubborn and unyielding. This was the innate nature of the Aboriginals. It was only because tens of thousands of years had passed that the grudges had long faded. Otherwise, none of the tribes in the Wolf Ridge would be willing to submit. The reason why they sent these small foundational cultivators was because of the principle of voluntariness. It was to allow both sides to speak on equal terms, and not to force them. If they really used force, Jindan's Yuanying would attack together. Under the threat of extermination, how many people would be able to withstand it? But if they did that, they would lose their voluntariness, and there would be no end of trouble. The 10th High Mountain Tribe was known as the Northern Tribe. It was the most cultured tribe among all the high mountain tribes that they had encountered. It was 5,000 miles deep into the Wolf Ridge, and belonged to the kind that was neither deep nor shallow. It had been 5 years since they left Marozian town. The 4 of them had gone through all kinds of experiences and conflicts, but in the end, they became the best of friends. Between cultivators, this kind of friendship was very precious. Because as their cultivation level increased, it became harder and harder for cultivators to have this kind of experience together. In terms of temperament, it became harder and harder for them to open their hearts to each other. Just from making friends, to Lu Xiaoyi, it was worth it. It was much better than him staying at Marozian town foolishly working hard. In these 5 years, almost everyone felt homesick. The dome was their home. They could not be like the high-level cultivators who could walk for hundreds of years and still not care about their cultivation level. This was also human nature. The growth of a cultivator, the change in their temperament, was accumulated bit by bit. In the end, they would become a lonely and emotionless rock. Of course, the vast majority of people didn't even have the chance to turn into stone. They could only turn into dust and be blown away by the wind and rain. Wangbei tribe, Gaozhen tribe, Xueling tribe. Only 3 more. Little Yi, fly faster. Did you not eat enough? Yang Bo urged him from behind. His personality wasn't like this. Instead, he should always have a loser's appearance. He raised his chin slightly and looked up at the sky. However, this appearance of his was also the target of the other 3 in the team. Therefore, although he still acted the same way to outsiders, he no longer pretended to be in the team. In terms of bickering, Lu Xiaoyi was not inferior to him. Senior brother Yang Bo, you're still missing one, right? Have you forgotten about the Red Dome clan so quickly? There are also beauties waiting for you to reunite. TSK, I haven't seen you in 5 years. You're so hungry and thirsty. Do you want me to hunt a blue sheep to nourish you? Smokey snorted. She had long been immune to these 2 people's boredom. It was Guang Bei who joined in the fun, which was rare. Little Yi, you don't understand. The blue sheep couldn't do it. I need the mountain ant wine. Wang Bei, senior brother, this place is destined to be with you. Lu Xiaoyi originally wanted to say Jiyu Bei, but when the words came to his mouth, he felt that it was a little inauspicious. This feeling was very inexplicable. In the midst of chatting and laughing, the Wangbei tribe appeared in front of them. Everything went smoothly, just like most of the situations they had experienced before. The Wangbei tribe had no objection to the proposal of the Shenyuan sword sect, and they couldn't possibly oppose it, especially when they saw so many mountain ant tribe members had already surrendered. After the agreement was completed, the Wangbei tribe leader, who was dying and smelled of elixirs, came over to greet them. The atmosphere was very harmonious. During the conversation, there were hidden worries on his face, and occasionally, he would evade. Guangbei smiled and said, "What's the matter, Patriarch? Since you and I have an agreement, we should help each other and tide over the difficulties together. Why don't you say it? There are many people with wisdom. If we can't solve it, there will be someone who can. What's there to be embarrassed about?" The Patriarch laughed self-deprecatingly. "Fellow Taoist, please don't blame us. The Wangbei tribe has always been alone here. Everything needs to be solved by ourselves. Now that we have someone to rely on, we are still a little uncomfortable. I don't know how to say it, and I always feel that we have troubled others." Guangbei nodded in understanding. The tribe that was used to being alone did have such a problem, and it was not only the Wangbei tribe. Along the way, they had indeed solved some practical difficulties for several tribes. There were also some that could not be solved, and they went back to report it to the sect, and there would be superior cultivators to solve it. Habits were all cultivated. Now it was a habit of being alone. In the future, it would be a habit of reporting big and small matters to Shenyuan. Who could say which habits were good and which were bad? Everyone knew the propriety, but how many could really master it? The Patriarch coughed softly and said seriously, "The trouble of the Wangbei tribe is not far from the tribe's gathering place. There is a natural crypt there. It has been there for a long time. Anyway, it has been there since the tribe was founded. I'm afraid it has been there for at least tens of thousands of years. There are countless crypts in the Wolf Ridge, and it is not a rare thing. There are some ferocious beasts and poisonous insects that we can deal with ourselves. This crypt is unusual because it is unfathomable. After so many years, generation after generation, no one knows how deep it is. But the cultivators of the Wangbei tribe are only at the foundation establishment stage, and our ability is limited. We don't have the ability to go too deep. Anyway, there has never been any strange beasts or birds of prey that came out to hurt people, so we just let it go. After a long time, we got used to it, and no one paid attention to it. 3 years ago, a tribesman happened to pass by the crypt and heard a strange sound inside. This was the first time in tens of thousands of years. At first, we thought it was the sound of some wild beast falling in, so we didn't pay much attention to it. But later, this strange sound became more and more frequent, and it lasted for a long time. If it was just something falling in, it wouldn't have lasted for so long. So a cultivator volunteered to go down and take a look, for the sake of the tribesman. But when he went down, there was no news. He didn't see anyone, and there was no warning, which made people suspicious. We all guessed that he had encountered something, and it pointed to disaster. A year ago, in order to find out what happened, another 2 cultivators of the foundation establishment stage went down to look for him. Because they knew it was dangerous, they were fully prepared. They had plans for all kinds of possibilities. But when they went down, they were like the previous cultivator. They didn't come back, and there was no news. They couldn't even send a warning. The Wangbei tribe was a small tribe with tens of thousands of people. Cultivators were precious, and there was one less person left. If they all died here, how could the mortals live in the future? So we had to suspend the search. Originally, for a crypt like this, it didn't matter if it was far away. Anyway, it wouldn't affect our lives. But its location was only about 10 miles away from the tribe's land, and it happened to be on the main road in and out. I'm afraid that if there is really something down there, what should we do when it comes out and hurts people on a large scale? So I've been worried for the past few years. I don't know what to do. Should I investigate? Or should I just let it be? It makes people at a loss. These small things may be nothing in the eyes of Shenyuan, but here, we are at our wits' end. Please don't laugh at us. Chapter 305. Guangbei and the other 3 had an indifferent attitude. For cultivators, exploring certain places was one of their greatest hobbies. Regardless of whether or not they found anything, it would always satisfy their curiosity. Lu Xiaoyi was a little different. He hated exploring unknown places the most, especially dark and damp places like underground caves. According to his thinking, there were only 2 ways to deal with this kind of thing: either throw down explosive talismans and other similar explosive items, or simply seal the entrance. Either way was better than going down alone. This was the same way he dealt with the Dow Child incident in Spearpont Town. Either he didn't take the initiative, or he would jump out himself and deal with it in broad daylight. Wasn't that better? But Guang Bei and the other two clearly didn't think so. This was a completely different attitude towards cultivation. They were very interested in this underground cave. Their diplomatic mission was about to be completed. In these 5 years, other than the somewhat thrilling encounter with the mountain python tribe, all other places were stagnant waters. This caused their hearts to beat wildly. Seeing that there was still something new to unearth before the end of the mission, they absolutely couldn't let it go. If they changed places, even if no one invited them, they would still have to sneak down. Lu Xiaoyi didn't stop them. In fact, with his current status in the team, he was no longer a small follower, but a member. He had the qualifications to voice his opinions, but they were only opinions. Moreover, the cluster of luck in his mind didn't change at all. This thing had already become a sore point for him. Before he reached Foundation establishment, it had appeared twice, and then there was no more activity. Apart from being able to see if others had this fragment of luck, it didn't seem to have any other use. But no matter what, no change was a good thing. Was it just an adventure? The 4 of them quickly arrived at the underground cave with the patriarch. It was a very hidden place behind a huge mountain rock. Under the cover of vines, it would be very difficult for non-native mountain people to find it. Yang Bo moved. With a wave of his flying sword, the cave entrance was cleaned up, revealing a large hole that was several feet wide. Cold air surged up from within, and when he probed with his divine sense, there was no end to it. Guang Bei looked at the patriarch. Patriarch, are you interested in going down to investigate? The patriarch was a sensible person, otherwise he wouldn't be sitting in this position. He knew this was an order to leave, but it could also be a risky invitation. It all depended on how he chose. I'm old, and I don't think I'll be able to do anything. I still have a lot of clan affairs to take care of, so I won't be participating, right? After he finished speaking, he left on his own. In the world of fifth ring cultivators, there was a set of procedures for searching for secrets. This was done to avoid unnecessary dispute. For example, this cave was discovered by the Wangbei tribe. Of course, they had the right to take a share of it. But the key was that they had already tried and found nothing. They even lost 3 cultivators. The incident was no longer about exploring the secret, but dealing with hidden worries. The difference was huge. If there were any unexpected gains after he went down, should he get a share of it? You can't expect someone else to help you deal with the problem and still want to share the rewards with you, right? There could only be one of the two. Either you go down with us, and you will get a share, or you leave, and the harvest will have nothing to do with you. But if you solve the hidden problem in the cave, you have achieved your goal. Nothing could be accomplished without rules. Everyone knew that. Guang Bei looked at his companions with a solemn expression. We have to go down and explore. This has nothing to do with the so-called mystic realm. Wang Bei new appendage, this is the first request. We can't disappoint them. It shows that I, Shen Yuan, am not responsible. We can't report this to the faction. We don't even dare to go in. It's not the swordsman's style to talk about the dangers inside. Let's put aside whether we can solve it or not. At least, we have to know what's inside. This could be a trap. The Wangbei tribe may or may not know. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to find out the truth. I'll go down first. At least I have to figure out the general structure of this cave. I won't go too deep. The limit is 100 feet. Then I'll come out and we'll discuss the next step. Lu Xiaoyi breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother Guang Bei was indeed shrewd and cautious. Even at the last stage of the mission, he didn't let down his guard. This was a rare quality. He deserved to be in the top 100 of the ranking list. He wasn't reckless and knew what to do and what to be careful of. Seeing Guang Bei disappear into the cave, Yang Bo explained, there are 3 rules for Inner Sword Foundation establishment. You can't go into a different space, you can't go into a narrow environment, and you can't go into unfamiliar teammates. It's not absolute. It's just a reminder. When you encounter these three situations, you have to consider in advance whether there are any traps. For us Foundation establishment, it's a problem whether we can come back from a different space. In history, countless swordsmen have gone missing because of this reason. Of course, it's the same for Dharma cultivators. Foundation establishment can't break through the walls of space. Even Jin Dan isn't confident. Only Yuanying can ignore the restrictions of space. I don't need to say anything about unfamiliar teammates. You can all understand. It's hard to know what's in a person's heart. I, Shen Yuan, have made many enemies in the fifth ring. I can't distinguish between the open and the hidden. I was wronged. Yang Cheng asked, this cave may not be a different space. We're all from the same sect. Senior brother, do you mean this is a narrow environment that's not easy to enter? Yang Bo nodded. Just now, I used my divine sense to explore. The space within 1,000 feet is as narrow as the entrance of a cave. It's not convenient for one person to move around, let alone the four of us. The walls of the cave are all made of rock. Without a Yuanying level earth escape, it's impossible to enter. In this kind of place, the power of flying swords is limited to the extreme. Even for us inner swords, it's even worse for you outer swords. You only have the ability to wield a sword. This is a swordsman's biggest taboo. Dharma cultivators are in a much better situation than us because they're not used to moving vertically. They're like magic cannons. A fire spell is like adding wings to a tiger in this place. This is why senior brother has to be careful. Yang Cheng and Lu Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. They were indeed inexperienced when it came to these details. They couldn't even compare to Yang Bo, let alone Guang Bei. If you don't try, you'll never get experience. Your divine sense can only go down 1,000 feet. Lu Xiaoyi asked a technical question. For Foundation establishment cultivators like them, their divine sense should have a range of about 3,000 feet. It didn't make sense for it to weaken so much in the cave. Yang Bo smiled bitterly. After 1,000 feet, there are continuous bends in the cave. My divine sense interferes, so I can't see clearly. This was the limitation of divine sense, or rather, the limitation of Foundation establishment cultivators' divine sense. After continuous bends in a narrow environment, not only would the strength of divine sense weaken rapidly, but it would also interfere with each other due to continuous collisions with the cave walls. It was just like the radar in his previous life that had a lot of clutter. The key point was that their current divine sense, or rather, their brain's ability to process countless information, was still too weak. They couldn't extract useful information from it, so what they saw was a blur. While they were discussing, a figure flashed at the entrance of the cave. Guang Bei jumped out. Chapter 306. Guang Bei's body did not have any abnormalities. It seemed that at least in this 1,000 feet, there were no accident. Obviously more relaxed, Guang Bei spoke concisely. I went down 1,000 feet, and after 3 bends, I used my divine sense to explore. After the 3 bends, there was a straight path of more than 5,000 feet, and then another bend. The size of the cave basically did not change, so I could not use it. It was all rock walls, and there was very little soil. Within 1,000 feet, I did not find any signs of demon beast activity, no imprints, and no aura. I also did not find any traces of human activity. My judgment is that this cave is very likely a leaked geocentric cave. Of course, the specific situation can only be handled by the sect. This is not something we can investigate. Geocentric cave was a specialty of the fifth ring. As the name implied, it was a cave passage that led directly to the geocentric cave. This thing came from a very long time ago, and there were not many historical records. It was probably tens of thousands of years ago, when the domain changed owners, there was a great battle of cultivators in the depths of the geocentric cave. As a result, countless passages were created, leading the spiritual opportunity from the geocentric cave to the surface. In this sense, the geocentric cave of the fifth ring was a treasure land. However, this treasure land was forbidden to enter, for fear that someone would cause trouble in the geocentric cave and destroy the spiritual opportunity of the entire domain. Therefore, after the great battle, The major sects of the Fifth Ring spent a long time sealing these passages one by one. This was a very complicated task because there were countless of such passages. Fortunately, the people of the Fifth Ring were also innumerable, so after tens of thousands of years, such passages had disappeared from the three major domains of the Fifth Ring. Disappeared? It was not absolute. Even a fool knew that the top sects would definitely leave secret passages in private, so extinction was only for ordinary cultivators. Wolf Ridge was a special place, and human cultivators did not set foot in it much. The human cultivators at the beginning had sealed most of the passages after exploring it a few times, but there were definitely some that were left out occasionally. This was the source of Guang Bei's guess, and it had yet to be confirmed. Everyone also relaxed. It was good to have a source. Although there might not be any gains from the mystic realm, discovering a geocentric cave was also a great merit. However, the north-gazing tribe's entrustment was still a little tricky. Should they continue investigating? Or throw it to the sect? The four of them could not seal this kind of underground cave. It was not as simple as collapsing the cave. It required a series of complicated operations. In theory, the right way to seal the underground cave was to go down to the core. This required at least yuannying. Guang Bei was also a little uncertain. If we hand it over to the sect, there will definitely be Grandmaster yuannying coming to seal it. Once and for all, there will be no future trouble. It can also be considered as solving the north-gazing tribe's worries. It's just that this time will have to be delayed. Besides, we can't tell them what happened inside. The whereabouts of the three north-gazing cultivators? What was the reason? Did something come up from underground? This matter is hard to decide. Everyone, speak up. I can't make the decision alone. Yang Bo pondered and said, we still have 2 more clans that we haven't visited yet. Counting the time we have to go back, we still have at least 3 to 4 months before we can return home. During this period of time, no one can guarantee that something will jump out of the cave. Although nothing strange has happened for tens of thousands of years, if something coincidentally comes out after notifying us, it will be detrimental to Xuanyuan's reputation. There will be rumors that Shenyuan only knows how to control the Gaoshan tribe and not protect them. In fact, there was another way, which was to use the emergency bluebird talisman. Cultivators had various means to send messages. If it was in the plains, they only needed to use an ordinary talisman. It could be transmitted through the forces of Shenyuan in various cities in the western regions. It was the most time-saving and labor-saving method. However, this was a mountainous area. There were no cities controlled by Shenyuan in a radius of 5,000 to 6,000 miles, so this way was not possible. The Bluebird talisman was Xuanyuan's most precious personal communication talisman. Because it was too complicated to make and the materials were precious, each Foundation establishment cultivator only had one talisman. It was reserved for the most urgent times. This kind of thing was obviously not urgent. It had existed for tens of thousands of years. Why would they care about this little bit of time? Yang Cheng suggested, we can also make a compromise. It's not good for us to not go down, but it's also impossible for us to go down to the bottom. It's better to go as deep as we can. Of course, it's best if we get something. If we don't find anything, it means that it's not my fault. It'll also be easier to explain to the north-gazing tribe. When Grandmaster comes and goes down from here, he'll naturally see the reason clearly. Guang Bei nodded. Junior sister's idea is good. It's very reasonable. What do you think, Xiaoyi? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. It's already 3 to 1. How can I value it? I'll listen to everyone. This was a reserved opinion. He couldn't say it now because he didn't have any concrete doubts. He couldn't say, brothers and sisters, it's better to avoid trouble, right? Action, after all, had to be spoken with reason, not intuition. The intuition of a timid person and the intuition of a fearless person were not the same thing. Bold people saw benefits and achievements, and timid people saw dangers and what ifs. There was no comparison. Guang Bei made a decision. Okay, let's take the depth of 6,000 feet as the standard. After 6,000 feet, regardless of whether we get anything or not, We'll leave immediately. 6,000 feet was not just a hot-headed remark. The location of the north-gazing tribe was already at the edge of the Wolf Ridge. The mountain here was far lower than the average height of 10,000 feet in the Wolf Ridge. And humans lived in the mountains. Of course, they would not find a high place, but a low, flat place with a water source to settle down. The settlement of the north-gazing tribe was about 3,000 feet above sea level. Guang Bei said 6,000 feet, but in fact, it was 3,000 feet below ground level. There was a problem of spiritual pressure here. The Foundation establishment had its own limit. It was impossible to go all the way down. If the Earth's core cave was a long straight hole, if the Foundation establishment fell down, they would explode from the spiritual pressure without even reaching the Earth's core. In theory, the Foundation establishment could withstand about 5,000 feet below ground level, so Guang Bei still left a surplus of 2,000 feet. Everyone agreed, and then the next question was, someone must stay at the entrance of the cave. Tell me, who wants to stay? No one said a word. Yang Bo and Yang Chang were really unwilling, and Lu Xiaoyi was pretending not to be willing. But even if they wanted to stay and hide from danger, they couldn't be so blatant, right? If they really said it, wouldn't they be laughed at by Yang Bo for a lifetime? How could they quarrel with him in the future? Guang Bei was very fair. If there is a fight in the narrow cave, the inner sword has an advantage over the outer sword. Your flying sword is too big and inconvenient, so I'll make the decision. Yang Bo and I must go in. Or, junior sister, you and Xiaoyi will draw lots. Yang Chang was very unwilling. Senior brother, why don't we follow our hearts? Cigarette but must want to be lazy. It's better to avoid trouble. He's the most timid. In this case, let's just do what we want. I'll go down and he'll stay. Everyone will be happy. Yang Bo gloated and appreciated her junior sister's straightforwardness. Junior sister is right. This boy has always been timid. After 5 years of getting along with him, I can't be wrong about him. Chapter 307. P.S. Monthly ticket smash, don't stop. Guang Bei waved his hand. Since we're a team, we have to treat each other fairly. We can't just do things based on our preferences. Going down requires the agreement of 4 people, not 3. Come on, long and short sticks, 1 for each hand. The long stick goes down and the short stick stays. With Guang Bei's divine sense protecting them, the 2 of them couldn't see what was going on. Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly and stretched out his hand. Senior sister, you go first. Smokey didn't want to take advantage of him, but considering that this kid's luck had always been strange, she would rather believe in her own luck. She stretched out her hand towards Guang Bei's left hand, but suddenly stopped when she touched it. She looked at the expressionless senior brother and suddenly changed her target, grabbing Guang Bei's right hand. Guang Bei sighed. Junior sister, your diversion is meaningless. He spread out his hands, the short stick in his right hand and the long stick in his left. Smokey laughed. I knew it. If you play with this kid, you'll always be the one to lose. It's the same no matter who makes the first move. Smokey was extremely depressed. Why did she change her target at the last moment? She thought she was smart, but in the end, she missed the right answer. Guang Bei arranged, the cave is narrow. We can't walk side by side. We need to keep a distance. I'll be in front, Smokey is 100 feet behind, and Xiaoyi another 100 feet behind. Listen to my orders and obey them. When I say go, go. When I say go, go. When I say go, go. Don't delay the timing. Don't be so wishy-washy. The fact is, because of the narrow space, if there's a battle, 2 people can't fight together. They'll affect each other and it'll be disadvantageous for them. So, don't be emotional. The others nodded. This was the right thing to do. Swordsmen needed a wide space. Maybe they could ignore this when their realm was high, but in the Foundation establishment realm, they couldn't jump freely when surrounded by rock walls. If a ball of fire came, everyone would be roasted into meat skewers. He looked at Smokey again. I'll leave the top to you. Yang Cheng had no choice but to nod. In fact, in terms of the importance of her position was much more important than Lu Xiaoyi, who was the 3rd officer. The cave was narrow, and if someone had bad intentions and caused it to collapse, it would be very harmful to the people below. Guangbei entered the cave again. After a few breaths, Yang Bo followed. After another few breaths, Lu Xiaoyi made a face at Sister Iceberg, who was looking forward to it, and disappeared from the ground. Yang Bo was so angry that she stomped her feet. Inside the cave, the three of them maintained a distance of 1,000 feet from each other. This was a necessary precaution to prevent spells from entering the cave. 1,000 feet was a safe distance that could be used as a buffer. In the cave, it was cold and damp. It made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Only cultivators could endure this kind of environment. The walls of the cave were not smooth. Instead, they maintained the crisscrossing protrusions of the cave when it was split open. Some places were even as sharp as a knife. Guangbei's judgment was correct. This was indeed a mark left behind by the passage of time, and not a man-made creation. After going down 1,000 feet, there were 3 bends, which were twisted like hemp. They were in the shape of a spiral instead of a simple right angle. With such complicated bends, it was no wonder that the divine sense would be in chaos here. After passing the spiral bends, the cave suddenly went down. It was a strange road, so Guangbei walked very carefully. He tried to extend his divine sense as far as possible, searching for any suspicious signs. In fact, he was not very willing to take these newcomers down here to explore, but he could not resist Yang Bo and Yang Cheng's enthusiasm. The best team for an adventure was 2 or 3 best friends who were close in strength and could rely on each other. To him, he was more willing to go alone and be responsible for himself. He could come and go as he pleased and did not need to consider too many other reasons. Following intuition was the best choice. When there were too many external factors, you would find that your choice had deviated from your original intention. The other 3 were still young. Usually, it was not obvious. Only in critical moments, this lack of experience would make them make wrong judgments, which was very troublesome. After going down 5,000 feet, there was a horizontal path. It was not long, only about 100 feet. After carefully searching, they did not find anything meaningful. Then, there was a straight path, which was more than 20,000 feet deep. Guangbei stopped and carefully plowed through this path with his divine sense. He did not miss even a little bit of abnormality. At the same time, he transmitted his divine sense to Yang Bo. Pass back, keep a distance of 2,000 feet. Yang Bo muttered a little, but he still passed back honestly. Lu Xiaoyi muttered loudly. He did not dare to mutter to Guangbei, but he did not fear Yang Bo at all. Don't pass a false imperial edict. If it goes on like this, senior brother will be there, and I will not even be halfway through. Yang Bo reprimanded, why are you so talkative? When marching, orders must be obeyed. Do you understand? Guangbei is your senior brother, and I am also your senior brother. How can we be divided into different ranks when it comes to you? Guangbei did not pay attention to the endless bickering of the 2 people behind him. This might be a little undisciplined, but it might just be a different style. The distance of 20,000 feet was only a few dozen breaths outside. He walked for a full 15 minutes, not letting go of any rock wall. So far, everything was normal. This was a necessary precaution. This depth was already close to 30,000 feet. In other words, they had now reached the ground level. If they went further down, they would begin to enter the real underground. The Earth's core point did not directly go from the ground to the Earth's core. Instead, it was like the human intestines, large intestines, small intestines, and cecum. It might pass through a slightly wider space like the stomach. It twisted and turned, and even some places would go up a certain distance in the opposite direction. At this point, Guangbei could basically be sure that this was a genuine Earth's core point. Because he felt a kind of spiritual pressure here. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure, which was very much in line with the description of the Earth's core point in the sect's records. This also made him lower his vigilance against possible man-made dangers, and also ruled out the possibility of a space transfer in the mystic realm. The only thing that puzzled him now was how did the 3 Wangbei cultivators disappear? Soon, he came to a depth of 50,000 feet. In front of him appeared a mezzanine type of space, like a small cast cave. He could even hear the sound of underground water flowing in it. He still cautiously probed with his divine sense first. He found that this place seemed to be a spacious space, but in fact, it was not big. The cave was several feet in diameter, and this space was no more than 10 feet. For a swordsman, it was still cramped. Dozens of feet away from the small cast cave, Guang Bei suddenly stopped. In his line of sight, the prone body of a cultivator could be faintly seen. Keep a distance of 3,000 feet. Without my request, don't come forward. Tell little Yi to go back to the cave entrance and be careful of accident. In fact, so far, there was nothing unusual. A cultivator's corpse was very normal, and it was in line with the description of the Wangbei tribe. Maybe if he went closer, he could see the other 2 corpses, but for some reason, Guang Bei still had an ominous feeling in his heart. He was a person on the ranking list who had experienced life and death for a long time. He had confidence in his intuition. In this kind of terrain, more people were useless. It was enough to have him below and Yang Bo's support. One more person would not help. It was better to let little Yi go up and guard the cave entrance just in case. This was the judgment of a powerhouse, and also the judgment of a competent senior brother. In an instant, he left the danger to himself, to the inner sword. This was the pride of the inner sword. For tens of thousands of years, when there was danger, the inner sword had already penetrated deep into their bones and blood. Chapter 308. Little Yi, senior brother wants you to go back to the cave. Yang Bo's words made Lu Xiaoyi's previous complaints come true, but he didn't argue with Yang Bo, which was rare. Just like Yang Bo's words were not nonsense, the astute him had already realized that something was wrong. Senior brothers were there, so he shouldn't worry about the things ahead. His task was to ensure everyone's retreat. Got it. He turned around and ran away, even if the narrow cave made him bruised and swollen. Bickering was one thing, but when something really happened, the 2 of them didn't say a word of nonsense. Yang Bo was bored to death at the cave entrant. Her bad mood didn't prevent her from completing her duty. Although the possibility was very low, she still hung over the cave entrance, letting her divine sense cover the range within her power. Soon, a strange feeling welled up in her heart, as if someone was spying on her, but she couldn't find the direction of that person. Obviously, this person was above her in terms of spiritual power. Guarding the entrance of the cave was not what she wanted, because this meant that there must be a trap in the cave below. There was not much she could do. She couldn't enter the cave to inform everyone, and she couldn't easily leave to search for this trace of uneasiness. Her only duty was to guard the cave entrant. And then pray. Time passed very slowly in torment, so slow that she complained that her senior brother was too slow down below. Didn't they agree on 6,000 feet? But she also understood that 6,000 feet in the cave and 6,000 feet outside were 2 different concepts. She needed to be careful, step by step. At the same time, her intuition of danger became clearer and clearer. That was because the spying had always been there, and it was slowly becoming undisguised. Her experience in fighting with people was indeed limited, but it didn't mean that she was stupid. She knew very well that the other party's intention was to create psychological pressure so that her mentality would be unbalanced and she would be at a loss, making her make the wrong impulsive reaction. So, she didn't move. Only a flying sword lightly swam out of the sword case and slowly swam around her. Time passed quietly, but the air was full of uneasiness. Footsteps came from the grass, and gradually, an old figure appeared in sight. It was the patriarch of the north-gazing clan, who seemed to be about to die at any time. Seeing Yang Bo hanging in the air, the old patriarch smiled. "Fellow Daoist Yang, this old man is here, back off. Within the range of my sword, I will not hold back." Yang Cheng was unmoved, as if he did not know the person in front of him. The old patriarch continued to walk forward step by step. "What's wrong, fellow Daoist? I'm the clan leader of Wangbei. Step back." After I went back, I kept feeling that something was wrong. I found some suspicious points in the clan's history. In order to prevent any accidents, I specially came to inform you. Step back. 300 years ago, when the previous clan leader was still alive, he had received a few foreign Dharma cultivators. They had also explored this cave. The old clan leader trembled slightly, but he did not stop walking. He was about to enter the cave. Smokey turned a deaf ear. When her intuition was connected to reality, nothing could change her judgment. Even if he was wrong, compared to his 3 close companions, a mere high mountain patriarch was nothing. The flying sword suddenly shot out, leaving no leeway behind. The moment the sword shot out, the old patriarch's back was no longer hunched, and his waist was no longer slack. With a flick of his finger, a spinning conch appeared above his head, and easily blocked the attack of the flying sword. Clearly, the power of the flying sword was not enough to shake the advantage of his cultivation artifact. Everything was going according to plan. He could not appear too early, or the people who went down would quickly return. Although he was confident in his abilities, he was unable to deal with 4 swordsmen at the same time, especially when one of them was an inner swordsman who was ranked in the top 100. And now, he was only ranked in the top 300. He could not be too late. If he was too late, the traps below would be triggered, and it would be hard to say how many could he catch. If the swordsman escaped in a hurry, he would have less time to deal with the Kuan cultivator outside. The swordsmen were all wearing a layer of hypocritical benevolence, and had tender feelings for the fairer sex. Therefore, the one left behind to guard the cave would definitely be this Kuan cultivator, which was also his target. This was a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It could destroy Xuanyuan's high mountain patriarch plan, and at the same time achieve his personal goal. He was only one person, and this was his habit. He had always believed that a true battle between cultivators relied on their brains and not brute force. Therefore, that group of fools from the Supreme Sect had been badly battered by these swordsmen, but he alone could do what the Supreme Sect's 6 people couldn't. He did not attack with all his strength, but instead gradually increased the pressure. What kind of threat could a swordsman who could only guard the cave entrance and did not dare to move freely as if he was flying, pose? He needed to see clearly. When this Kuan cultivator had no choice but to use all her strength to deal with his magic, she could no longer hide the strand of destiny in her mind. This was his true goal. For this reason, he had searched for many people in the past 10 years, and they were all cultivators who had participated in the internal and external sword battle in Shenyuan. Yang Yun was an idiot. She thought that the danger was only outside the dome, but who would have thought that she would die in her own sect, and in the famous world of 9 palaces in the 5th ring road? This showed the darkness of Shenyuan. Under the surface of iron blood and unity, it was actually a mess of corruption. He had already made a plan to deal with this idiot, but he did not expect that someone would directly make a move on the dome. He had to find out who this person was. It was none other than one of the dozens of external swords. He had plenty of patience, because this acquisition would change his destiny. This Kuan cultivator was also one of the external swords who had participated in the internal and external sword battle. Furthermore, he had insider information that this woman was one of the few people who had fought against Yang Yun. There was a high chance that she had a fragment of destiny. It was just that she had used some trick to make it impossible for others to see through it. Everything was going smoothly. The only doubt was, with this woman's weak skills, how did she manage to kill Yang Yun? Was it a honey trap? As he took out his instruments one after another, talismans flew and spells bombarded. Yang Chen, who was originally weaker, lost the speed that swordsmen relied on to survive. The situation took a turn for the worse, and it was collapsing far beyond his expectations. He was very disappointed. He had once again chosen the wrong target. This woman did not have a fragment of destiny. He had found the wrong person. Disheartened, he would not show mercy to a woman. Although he had not achieved his personal goal, he could still achieve his sect's goal. He would kill this woman and destroy the entrance of the cave. Let's see how many of the 3 people inside could survive. The female swordsman began to descend towards the entrance of the cave. Was she muddle-headed from all the killing? She would rather go down and be buried together with her companions than stay up there and suffer his spells. This was not the way a swordsman would act. But then again, how could a woman be a real swordsman? Perhaps there was a lover down there that she could not give up. They lived together, and died in the same cave. He admired them very much and was willing to fulfill their wishes. Chapter 309. P.S. Yesterday's monthly votes went up very fast. The Sword Soldier finally entered the top 50 again. Thank you for your support. Don't stop, keep on smashing. Guangbei waited for a moment. He was giving enough time for his junior brother behind him. He was very cautious. Those who could be ranked in the top 100 were not arrogant. Those who were arrogant would not survive. This was just a subconscious precaution. He did not really discover anything, so he did not plan to leave. To be able to reach this step, besides being cautious, he was also fearless. The swordsman would not retreat without knowing what the danger was. This was a philosophy. Lu Xiaoyi did not understand this, but he did. Feeling that Yang Bo had retreated far enough, Guangbei began to move forward again. The moment he stepped into the small cast cave, he stopped again. As far as his eyes could see, there were indeed 3 corpses. They might or might not be the 3 north-gazing clan cultivators, but that was not important. The important thing was that there were 2 other pairs of eyes in the small cast cave. They were not human eyes. The mountain owl was a rare monster with a strong sense of territory. It had copper skin and iron bones, and could tear apart tigers and bears in close combat. Its only weakness was that its spiritual power was very low. It was so low that even Guangbei's divine sense could not detect it. Guangbei knew that he could not move now. Whether he moved forward or backward, it would trigger the monster to go berserk. This monster's little brain was probably still wondering what had intruded into its territory. When it figured it out, it would be the moment to attack. But because it was too stupid, there was a process. As long as he moved, the monster would definitely follow its instinct. He did not move because one of the 2 mountain owls was a Jindan beast. In the open space, he could deal with a Jindan beast. If he could not beat it, he could still escape. But in the terrain of the cave, the advantages and disadvantages of both sides were different. He did not have much of a chance. If he moved forward, his chances were slim. If he retreated, even if he was as strong as the swordsman, he could not fly on his sword in the cave. How could he outrun a Jindan mountain owl that lived in the mountains? Yang Bo, back out of the cave. I'll be there soon. Yang Bo was startled and resisted. Senior brother, it's just the 2 of us. I can cover for you. Guangbei took a deep breath. Calling Yang Bo over would definitely be beneficial to his escape, because the demonic beasts would have another target. However, this was not something a Shenyuan swordsman should do. He had never thought of doing this. From the moment Lu Xiaoyi left, he was the eldest senior brother. While receiving the respect of his junior brothers and sisters, he also had to shoulder his own responsibilities. This was Xuanyuan's tradition. It was the tradition of the inner sword. Go. Right away. After Guangbei finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, he took out a jade slip. Before he made his final choice, he still had some arrangements to make. Yang Bo was extremely reluctant to leave. He wanted to prove that he could shoulder some of the pressure for his senior brother. If they were outside, he would rather disobey orders than leave. However, this wasn't the place where the swordsman was fighting. Not only would he not be of any help, he might even affect his senior brother's response and distract him. Therefore, he could only retreat. He had to retreat quickly to reduce his senior brother's pressure to the greatest extent. He was somewhat depressed. How did he end up in this situation where he was in the middle of nowhere? He didn't see the danger ahead, and he didn't see the possible changes at the cave entrance behind him. He was like a rat in a bellows, suffering from both ends. Although he was depressed, he was still determined to retreat. What made him feel slightly relieved was that his senior brother didn't send any intense fluctuations of spiritual vigor. There shouldn't be too big of a problem, right? The position of the small cast cave was 50,000 feet deep. It hadn't reached the agreed depth yet. It seemed that they would stop here and wouldn't go any further. What did his senior brother discover? Was there a need to be so alarmed? After retreating to a depth of 25,000 feet, he happened to be in the middle of his companions. Suddenly, intense fluctuations of spiritual vigor came from the front and back. This meant that the battle had started one after the other. He couldn't reach both ends. Ever since he met that guy, it seemed that he had never been successful. Which side should he go? Which side should he help? This was really troublesome. Almost instantly, he made a decision. He chose to trust his senior brother. Most importantly, it was more spacious above. It could accommodate more battles. Smoky Puppet was originally hanging 1,000 feet above the cave entrance. However, she had now lowered herself to the same level as the cave entrance. This was an inconceivable choice for a swordsman. However, she did so, not because she wanted to die with the people in the cave, but because she had received a hint from someone. Just as she approached, she felt 3 killing intents rushing out from behind her. 2 were fast and 1 was slow. 2 were strong and 1 was weak. Based on her swordsman's instincts, she knew that they were 3 flying swords. Moreover, they were external swords. It went without saying who sent them. As an external swordsman, he naturally understood what was the right thing to do now. She used her trump card, the 4th flying sword. In terms of engraving flying swords and sword arrays, she had an extraordinary talent. Furthermore, she did not lack resources. Therefore, in her 40 years of foundation building, she had successfully engraved 4 full-layer flying swords. This was far more than the 2 swords of other cultivators of the same level. However, compared to Lu Xiaoyi, her flying swords lacked soul and penetrative power. Something like quantity would only change when it reached a certain level. For example, if hundreds or thousands of flying swords were shot out, the difference between 2 and 4 flying swords was not significant. However, this was not the case in the eyes of the cultivator opposite her. Initially, this woman had been fighting with 3 flying swords. However, when she was about to land, she suddenly unleashed another 3 flying swords from the sword sheath on her back. For a swordsman with such a level of cultivation to be able to control 6 flying swords, it was truly unimaginable. Could she control it with her spiritual sense? Could her magic power keep up with the consumption? Was it just for show? Yes, he did not notice Lu Xiaoyi's last flying sword, Hidden Fragrance. This was because the previous 3 flying swords were too ferocious and murderous. They disrupted the fluctuation of spiritual vigor in the surrounding space, causing the entire area to be in a state of chaos. 3 more flying swords came, but they didn't make him panic. Instead, they gave him hope. From his angle, he could not see that some of the flying swords did not come from Smokey's sword sheath. Instead, they climbed up the woman's thighs and revealed their true colors behind her shoulders. This was an illusion. Through the illusion of vision, the deep hole under the woman's feet and the spiritual vigor that filled the battle space, the sword howled with murderous intent. His hope was, could it be that this woman had not fully displayed her strength? If she still had the strength to shoot out flying swords, it meant that she still had the strength to conceal the fate in her mind. He still had a chance to fulfill his wish. There were some suspicious points, but he did not have the time to distinguish them. He had to deal with this wave of attacks first. This was not a difficult task because he had already experienced the power of this woman's swords. Even if she could shoot out 100 flying swords, she would only have the advantage of numbers. In terms of the power of a single sword, there was no difference. The first flying sword was Smokey's trump card. It was not that her flying sword was very fast, but that someone was deliberately controlling its speed. The cultivator's main magic weapon, the Tuor Luo celestial artifact, suddenly shone brightly and spun even faster. It created a shadow and blocked Smokey's flying swords. The pressure on the swords made the cultivator's heart lighten. As expected, there was no difference in the penetrative power of the swords from before. Then, there were the other 2 flying swords, one in front and one behind. He had the confidence to block them. Chapter 310. 4 seasons arrived. Amidst the violent collision, the spinning top instantly lost control. This kind of power was completely incomparable to before. Sensing the danger, the spell cultivator gathered all the magic weapons flying outside in front of him, but they still couldn't withstand the pressure that was even heavier than before. 10 Strikes Decisive City was a flying sword that focused specifically on penetrating power. With the support of the sword spirit and the 4/6 unbalanced fulcrums, the power it displayed was already far beyond normal standard. It was also at this moment that the spell cultivator finally sensed that there was still a 7th flying sword. Hidden Fragrance was an assassination sword, but it also had a limit. It couldn't pierce through a person's body without being discovered. There had to be a minimum distance to be discovered. If Hidden Fragrance had a spirit, this distance would be greatly reduced, but it couldn't be done now. There were still limitations. The spell cultivator immediately fell into despair. He had a precious death substitution talisman, but the problem was which flying sword to substitute for. It wasn't up to him to make a choice. He could only block whichever flying sword came first. Decisive City broke through all his defenses in an instant and pierced through his heart. The substitution talisman was activated. Almost at the same time, Hidden Fragrance pierced through his chest from below his abdomen. The angle was tricky, but it still managed to pierce through his heart. Piercing through the heart didn't mean that he would die immediately. He still had a few breaths of time left. What he was most troubled about now was whether this vicious woman was the owner of the Shard of Fate. This way, at least he would know if it was worth it before he died. It wasn't a woman. Something swayed out from under the woman's skirt. It had a sunny face and a pure smile. When it appeared in front of the spell cultivator, the power of fate was strong and vigorous without any concealment. The spell cultivator immediately knew where he had gone wrong. His mistake was to target Yang Yun's external sword, which had been in the Foundation establishment stage for a few decades. He didn't care about those little swordsmen who had only been in the Foundation establishment stage for a few decades. In the moment of his death, he could sense his own karmic luck leaving him. Everything was over. Yang Chen came to Lu Xiaoyi, who was licking the candid haws. She was very curious. Had little junior brother been hiding in the cave all this time? Or had he just happened to rush back? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? But before she could say anything, Lu Xiaoyi was one step ahead of her. Senior brother Guang Bei told me to come back. He seemed to feel that something was wrong, but I'm the last one. I don't know what they encountered. The two of them hurried back to the side of the cave. At this time, the faint fluctuations of spiritual vigor coming from the cave could no longer be concealed. The two of them knew that something big had happened inside. Before the two of them could react and decide what to do next, another person jumped out of the cave. It was Yang Bo, who was burning with impatience. Seeing the two of them looking at him in surprise, he couldn't help but ask, "Where is he? Who are you guys fighting?" At the same time, Smoky Ash asked, "Smoky Wave, why did you come out? Who is eldest senior brother fighting next?" Lu Xiaoyi didn't wait for him to answer. Instead, he jumped back into the cave, followed by Smoky Ash. Once again, Smoky Ash was left hanging outside. It was not that she was not alert enough, but now, she had completely understood her position. In terms of age, she might be the third, but in terms of strength, she was the fourth. Even if she tried her best, she could not defeat it, but in the hands of her little junior brother, it was just a matter of time. Although there were all kinds of borrowings, the power of the flying sword could not be faked. In the hands of her little junior brother, the spinning top celestial device that her several flying swords could not do anything to was just a matter of a sword. Until now, she still didn't know where the gap was. That reckless guy who appeared in the sword aura rushing to the sky tower with a dumbfounded face and called out her name was a coward who didn't seem like a swordsman. He was a swordsman who always put safety first. Yet, he had been crossing the bottom line of her cognition. If he wasn't a swordsman with his killing record, then what was she? Smoky Ash once again silently guarded the entrance of the cave. Soon, she shifted her attention to eldest senior brother below. It seemed that no one knew what was going on down there. Lu Xiaoyi and Smoky Ash jumped down one after the other, completely forgetting Guang Bei's instructions. Lu Xiaoyi was afraid of trouble, so the way he solved the problem was even more fearless. For him, there were some things that he couldn't be afraid of. For example, Guang Bei had taken care of them wholeheartedly for the past 5 years. No one should be taken care of. For Guangbei, this might be the tradition of Xuanyuan's inner sword, but for Lu Xiaoyi, this was a relationship that couldn't be ignored. When he cared, there was nothing in this world that he was afraid of. He was afraid of trouble because he didn't care. I came out because of senior brother's orders. Why did you come out? Senior sister and I are enough to deal with the two people up there. Why did you come out? Do you think I wanted to? Wasn't it because of senior brother's orders? In the end, you caused me to lose both sides. In the future, I won't be the second brother anymore. I'll either be the eldest or the youngest. I don't want to be sandwiched in the middle. Smoky Ash, who's the one outside? How would I know? I only know that senior sister was fighting with him up there, so I hid behind and let out a few strikes. What happened down there? Smoky Ash, can't you say something? I'm the same as you. I don't know. What the F***ck is this? You don't even know what's going on. The next time I enter the cave, I won't practice the inner sword anymore. I'll practice the outer sword. Stay away from me. Keep a distance of 100 feet. No, keep a distance of 200 feet. Smoky Ash, do you know the rules? Don't talk to me about rules. If we really talk about rules, I'm the senior brother. You should be the one eating behind me. I'm really unlucky. How did I get to know someone like you? Ever since I met you, not a single thing has gone my way. The two of them flew down while bickering. Until now, they had never thought that something would happen to their powerful senior brother. How was that possible? Their senior brother was so powerful and meticulous. They couldn't compare to him. If nothing happened to them, their senior brother would definitely be fine too. When they descended halfway, the spiritual energy below suddenly stopped. Everything became quiet, so quiet that it made them feel uneasy. Senior brother won. Lu Xiaoyi cheered himself on. After talking for so long, that's all you can say. Smoky Ash rarely agreed. He didn't want to hear any different opinions. Many things happened, but they didn't have much time. When they stopped observing the cave walls, they passed through very quickly. After all, 50,000 feet wasn't a long distance for cultivators. Lu Xiaoyi only used a few strikes and licked a stick of sugar-coated haws. This was a swordsman's battle. It started fiercely and ended quickly. There was rarely any confusion. We've arrived at the small cast cave in front. Senior brother's last stand was there. Smoky Ash, you donkey, slow down. Lu Xiaoyi was the last to enter the small cast cave. He used the heaven measuring sword ruler to rush forward. He maintained a posture of holding the sword in one hand, ready to attack at any time. However, everything in front of him made it impossible for him to wield his sword. Guangbei's eyes were wide open. He knelt on one knee and supported his body with a broken sword. However, he had already lost his vitality. Chapter 3:11. Lu Xiaoyi was stunned on the spot. Yang Bo rushed in right after. Everything in front of him made his eyes pop out of their sockets. With a roar, he rushed over and hugged Guangbei's body tightly. I regret it. I shouldn't have listened to you. Looking around, Lu Xiaoyi saw two strange human-shaped demonic beasts lying in a pool of blood. One of them was emitting an extremely strong and terrifying aura, which was not something a foundation-building demonic beast could achieve. Lu Xiaoyi understood everything now. Because it was dangerous and uncontrollable, first Lu Xiaoyi, then Yang Bo, they were all driven out of the cave by him, leaving him to face it alone. This might be the so-called tradition of Shen Yuan, the tradition of the inner sword, a tradition that Lu Xiaoyi couldn't understand. He always thought that Xuanyuan's tradition was somewhat fake and empty, just a propaganda tactic. But in front of the living reality, he began to ask himself, if I were at the front, would I be able to do the same as senior brother Guangbei? Is a rice worm at the front still a rice worm? He didn't want to change, but he knew that his own philosophy and cognition were changing because of those people, those things, those tragic events, those tragic sacrifices. He couldn't ignore them. In the face of the death of a loved one, different people would have different reactions. But cultivators were relatively the most ruthless kind. Grief should be hidden in the heart, not shown on the face. When Lu Xiaoyi tried to persuade Yang Bo had already stood up, holding Guangbei's body. Tribulations could hurt people, but they could also train people. Some people couldn't recover from the setback, while others could grow from it. Senior brother Guangbei is gone. Now I'm the eldest senior brother, Lu Xiaoyi nodded, expressing his agreement. The two of them no longer spoke as intimately as before. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyi realized that they could never return to their previous state. Don't move anything here. Let's take senior brother up. Lu Xiaoyi silently led the way in front. In just a short 2 hours, they had already walked through the cave many times. Moreover, it could be expected that this would not be the last time. After leaving the cave, Smoky Ash was completely unable to accept such a result. But cultivators wouldn't cling to their fate and wouldn't randomly complain. They were more rational and were more able to face death. Lu Xiaoyi briefly told her what had happened. At the same time, Yang Cheng also talked about what had happened outside. When all these pieces of information were gathered together, the evidence was very strong. The only suspicious point was which orthodoxy was behind this fake patriarch. This person was not the real Wangbei clan leader. This was the reason why he looked old and senile, and his whole body was covered with the smell of elixirs. It was because this was the best way to cover it up. It had to be said that Xuanyuan's disciples were not experienced enough in some unorthodox Taoist methods. This was a Daoist who was over 100 years old. Compared to his lifespan, he was still very young. However, it was impossible to tell which orthodoxy this person belonged to from his belongings. They did not touch the storage ring because it might cause it to collapse. After listening to Smoky Ash's description of the situation outside, Yang Bo did not hesitate. He had automatically taken over Guangbei's position. This was not a usurpation of power, but a responsibility. He had changed from a cool attitude to a more responsible attitude. This was a very important step in the process of becoming a patriarch. What do you think? Smoky Ash said hatefully, this must be that Daoist scheme. Since he pretended to be the Wangbei clan leader, he has been leading us into a trap step by step. There are traps in the cave, and he wants to collapse the cave from the outside. It must be a supreme cultivator. They didn't chase after us, but set a trap in advance on the path we must take. There must be his accomplices among the Wangbei clan leader, maybe some of them, maybe all of them. Yang Bo looked at Lu Xiaoyi. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. I agree with senior sister's judgment, but there are some doubts. If it's a supreme cultivator, why is there only one of them here? Supreme is not a sect that shows off individual heroes. As for what to do, I will listen to senior brother. Yang Bo was not polite. Now was not the time to be polite. My intention is to pass the Bluebird's message and quickly pass it to the sect. There are many mysteries behind this matter. It should be decided by the sect elders. We will stay here and monitor the Wangbei clan leader's every move and intercept any possible exit. The two nodded silently. Yang Bo did not hesitate. He took out his Bluebird sword talisman and hurriedly poured his spiritual sense into it. With a wave of his hand, the talisman turned into a blue bird. With a long cry, it flew through the cloud. The three of them were smart people. They knew the reason why Yang Bo did this. If they were a little impulsive and hurt Guangbei, they should immediately capture all the Wangbei clan leaders' cultivators and not let a single one escape. Then, they could find out the possible truth from among them. But this was not the way of cultivators. If Guangbei was still alive, he would not allow them to be so rash. Although Wangbei was a small clan, there were nearly 100 cultivators and more than 10 foundation establishment. The key was that they did not know the details of the Wangbei clan. They only had a vague idea of who these cultivators were and what realm they were in. If they rashly made a move, it was impossible to catch them all in one fell swoop. And with just the three of them, they might not really have the ability to do it. If they were not careful, the agreement that they had just made would immediately become smoke and the relationship would deteriorate beyond repair. Therefore, the best countermeasure now was to report it to the sect. The sect would send people to seal the Earth's core cave and investigate the truth. This was the most fundamental way to deal with it. Only when one's realm reached a certain level could they master the art of mind control. Only then could they find out the truth by checking other people's minds. But Foundation establishment cultivators could not do this at all. Even Jin Dan could barely do it. In fact, among the three of them, Yang Bo was the most impulsive. They were the real martial brothers and came from the same branch of the internal sword. But when a person took on some kind of responsibility, his thoughts would no longer be as casual as before. Instead, he would become more responsible. This was the process of growing up. He had abandoned his anger and became more considerate. Some words could be said when you were a member of a team, but when you became a leader, you could not say it. They froze the two corpses. Guang Bei, needless to say, had to be sent back to the Dome Sword burial ground. The strange spiritual cultivator needed the sect to identify him. Their daily task was to monitor the cultivators of the Wangbei tribe and not allow them to go out. Of course, their main task was to persuade them, not to threaten them with force. Originally, the three of them were still a little worried that if these people were disloyal and rushed out, it would put them in a very awkward situation. However, to their surprise, the north-gazing cultivators were very cooperative. They were also very curious as to how their old patriarch had become another person. Half a day later, Xuanyuan's reinforcements had not yet arrived. But after a careful search of the patriarch's residence, the cultivators of the Wangbei tribe found a corpse. It was very likely that it was the remains of the real patriarch. Although they were reluctant, the three of them had to admit that the possibility of the cultivators of the Wangbei tribe being involved was getting lower and lower. This was the most realistic situation. They were so close to the Western region, but they went to provoke the overlord of the Western region. Even if they were courting death, they would not do so. A day later, the sound of a sword suddenly split the sky above the clouds. The peaks echoed, and several figures appeared in front of everyone. Xuanyuan's reinforcements had finally arrived. Chapter 312. There was a perfected person, inner sword Yuanying Daoist Xiao Qiu. There were also 3 Jindan cultivators, 1 inner sword and 2 outer sword. Yang Bo recounted the ins and outs of the matter in detail, including the dirty dealings between the Mountain Owl clan and the supreme cultivators. Then, they carefully examined the 2 corpses and went down to the Earth's core cave to investigate. Finally, they questioned the Wangbei clan cultivators. At this point, the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators had nothing to do. Whether it was in terms of professionalism or ability, they could not interfere. 3 days later, Daoist Xiao Qiu came to a conclusion. Guang Bei had died together with the Jindan beasts in a battle with 2 mountain owls. The mountain owls were brought in by outsiders, not born in the Earth's core cave. The strange Dharma cultivator who attacked Yang Bo outside the cave was from the 3 Pure Ones. His name was unknown. The mountain-gazing clan cultivators knew nothing about this, because their clan leader had been replaced a few years ago. This 3 Pure Dharma cultivator was very patient. He had endured here for at least 3 years for a trap. Once the conclusion was out, it made the 3 of them feel lost in their hearts, because they could not even find a specific target for revenge. The 3 Pure Ones were old rivals. It was a Dharma cultivator sect on the same level as the Supreme Cultivators. It was one of the 3 fulcrums of the entire 5th ring, an existence on the same level as Shenyuan. The open and covert struggles between them were always going on, and this time, it was just one of the countless killings between low-level cultivators. To the remaining 3, this might be a major event that would affect their lives. However, from the perspective of the sect and from the height of Daoist Xiao Qiu, it was not too surprising. It happened every year, not only for Shenyuan, but also for the Supreme Cultivators and the 3 Pure Ones. The murderer was already dead. It was not within the rules to deliberately take revenge. If the revenge was established, the one who deserved to die the most in this team was Lu Xiaoyi. He had already harmed many Dharma cultivators from large sects, and at this rate, there would be more in the future. As the only 3 people left in the team, Daoist Master Dawn Autumn also encouraged them one by one. They hadn't done anything wrong. On the contrary, they had completed their mission perfectly. According to Daoist Master Dawn Autumn, they were the best team out of the 10 teams. As for losses, this was the fate of cultivators. To be honest, they weren't the only team that had suffered losses. There were even teams that had been wiped out. When it was Lu Xiaoyi's turn, Daoist Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, for a long time without speaking. Lu Xiaoyi performed a disciple's etiquette. Of course, he did not take the initiative to speak. Do you think Shen Yuan should take revenge? Instead of silently enduring it like this? Lu Xiaoyi was very cautious. Revenge is inevitable. Haven't you been taking revenge for tens of thousands of years? Shen Yuan stage, Ying Yingsha, you. Daoist Xiao was very satisfied. For young cultivators, the most undesirable thing was to put too much pressure on their shoulders. They did not have the ability to carry too many things. Very good. Do you have any requests? Lu Xiaoyi actually had many requests. For example, leaving Marojian town, he felt that this place was not safe anymore. For example, how would the headcount reward be calculated? It could not be the pitiful 100 spirit stones anymore, right? For example, but he could not say it now. In front of senior brother Guangbei's self-sacrifice, he could not bring out these thoughts. It was too embarrassing. Too not a swordsman. I want to know if senior brother Guangbei has any last wishes. We did not look at his storage ring. I am not too clear about senior brother's past. Daoist Xiao waved his hand. I know what you mean. You want to do something for Guangbei, right? No need. His inner sword sect disciples will take care of his funeral. You do not need to feel burdened by this. Guangbei is not saving anyone, but upholding Xuanyuan's tradition. Remember, if it was any other inner sword sect disciple, they would make the same choice. Of course, outer sword is the same. Can I keep senior brother's broken sword? In the small cast cave, I took the broken sword. I just wanted to keep it as a memento. A broken sword instantly stabbed in front of Lu Xiaoyi. This was a reasonable request. For foundation establishment, one could not completely control one's emotions. Daoist Xiao understood this point very well. At the same time, a jade slip floated over. Take it. I found this when I was sorting out your senior brother's belongings. He left it for you. Lu Xiaoyi took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. He understood the contents of the jade slip. It was actually a letter of recommendation. It could provide him with a chance to enter the inner sword fan tower. This was what his senior brother had promised him. He did not expect that before the confrontation with the demonic beast, his senior brother had not forgotten his promise to him. His eyes were somewhat dry. This was a feeling he had never felt before. In his life, he had never shed tears, and this time, he would not either. Seeing Daoist Xiao continue to look at the sea of clouds, Lu Xiaoyi quietly retreated. He only heard Daoist Xiao recite softly Xuanyuan's sword of one life, blown by the wind and beaten by the rain, like a lank dream. Following the dream back to Shen Yuan, he found a place where no one was around and put away his senior brother's broken sword. He began to carefully look at the jade slip. This was a used jade slip. It was somewhat old. Perhaps it was too late to find it in a hurry. There were even other contents written in the jade slip. The jade slip was written to Guangbei's master, Daoist Jiu Bo. Due to the circumstances, it was concise and comprehensive. There were only a few sentences. It was basically asking for his master to help him, an outer sword disciple, obtain the qualifications to enter the inner sword sect. Esteemed master, disciple was constrained by the environment and could not be courteous. Please forgive me. Today, I have a friend who is an outer sword smoke end. His talent is very high and he is very compatible with disciple. Esteemed master, please help him to choose a technique in the inner sword sect. It is also for the development of our Shen Yuan. Jiu Bo was an inner sword of Jin Dan. He had his own status in the inner sword. In this kind of relationship that did not violate the sect rules, he was much more useful than an outer sword Jin Dan. After all, the inner sword sect was in Wangguang Peak, a secret location. This was very likely Guangbei's original recommendation channel. However, He was not confident in his battle with the Jin Dan Shan Xiao. Therefore, he left a backup plan that came in handy. It made one sigh. After reading Guang Bei's message a few times, there was no description of his dangerous situation. It was clear that he had a strong will. He was indeed an outstanding figure in the inner sword. Every time he read it, Lu Xiaoyi's mood calmed down a little. Until his heart was completely calm, sadness should not be left on the surface. It must be passed as soon as possible, he told himself. There were other contents in the jade slip. They were scattered and not systematic. There were occasional reflections on swordsmanship, evaluations of people, experiences of the mountains and rivers. However, most of them were evaluations of the Fifth Ring Foundation establishment rankings. No Ju Pu, suppressing me. We are evenly matched. However, if we fight to the death, we must cut him down. 3 pure ones, Lang Yazi, ranked in the top 10. I am no match for his instantaneous technique. I must find a breakthrough in swordsmanship, Jiolan Wuji, ranked in the top 10. Peculiar Dao body. Lu Xiaoyi really did not expect that his senior brother, who had never mentioned anything about this in their 5 years together, actually placed great importance on the rankings in his heart. He also had expectations. Fish Leaping Cliff, a place where I, Guang Bei, can use my sword. With one sword, who can contend against me? Let's work hard together. Fish Leaping Cliff was the holy land of the Fifth Ring Foundation establishment rankings. Only cultivators who could steadily rank in the top 10 for more than 10 years could leave their own mark on the cliff. It was also a place revered by many hot-blooded cultivators. How many heroes had left behind their glorious pasts here? Of course, it did not mean that they could successfully advance to Jin Dan just by occupying a spot here. It was also a kind of obsession. Lu Xiaoyi took out the broken sword. His finger lightly brushed against its frightening sharpness. After coming to the fifth ring for nearly 20 years, he had set his first goal. Don't worry, senior brother. I will fulfill your wish. Chapter 313. P.S. Monthly votes at the end of the month, go for it. The investigation came to an end very quickly. As for the follow-up of the Wangbei tribe, there was someone from the sect to handle it, so there was no need for them to worry. After getting Daoist Xiao's approval, the three of them continued with the mission. They still had 2 Gaoshan tribe members to go. They had to persevere and complete the mission. Senior brother Guangbei would definitely not want them to give up halfway. They had to finish what they started, and the heavens did not play tricks on them anymore. In the end, the 2 Gaoshan tribe members successfully signed the contract. Yang Bo said that this was senior brother Guangbei's blessing in the other world. Lu Xiaoyi did not know what Yang Bo would become in the future. Like him, Yang Bo buried his hatred deep in his heart. However, different people had different attitudes towards hatred. Some people would destroy themselves in hatred, while others would use it as motivation. This was something that could not be changed. It was life. The team left Wolf Ridge and the mission ended. They returned to Marozian town and completed a cycle. They started from here and ended here, except for one less person. Beside the stone tower, the few of them said goodbye. Yang Bo had to leave first because he still had a lot of work to do. He had to report the whole incident to the sect, send the 17 contracts signed during the whole process to the sect's management department for safekeeping, and even make an evaluation of the Gaoshan tribes who were unwilling to cooperate, so as to benefit the sect's future strategy. This was a serious matter, so it could not be delayed. Before leaving, Yang Bo looked at Lu Xiaoyi. I know you don't want to stay in Marozian town anymore. I can understand. I would do the same if it were me. What you need most now is a relatively safe and quiet environment to improve your swordsmanship, instead of facing the endless challenges that could very well be endless. But rules are rules. When we accepted the mission, the Sword Chi Soaring Pavilion recommended you. At that time, they did not say clearly where you would go after the mission was completed. Since they did not say, you can only stay in Marozian town temporarily. But don't worry, I will report your excellent performance to the Sword Chi Soaring Pavilion immediately. I will also advise them through the Thunder Palace that you are no longer suitable to stay here. But this will take time. You can't run away. Before the news comes, you have to stay here. This is Xuanyuan's place, it can't be unguarded. After Yang Bo finished speaking, he flew away on his sword, leaving behind Lu Xiaoyi, who curled his lips. Now that you're the eldest senior brother, the way you speak is indeed different. It was all bullshit. Marrowtip Town hadn't been guarded for 5 years, and it hadn't been taken over by the other side either. Why was it that when I came back, there couldn't be one less person? You only know how to bully honest people. First of all, there's no one guarding the place, and there's someone guarding the place, but they're not on guard. Secondly, you're not an honest person. Lu Xiaoyi ignored her teasing and asked curiously, Senior Marshal Sister, don't you miss being away for 5 years? Why didn't he leave and instead chose to stay here? Do you want to spend the rest of your life here with me because of the beautiful scenery here? Smoker was already used to his glib tongue. First of all, I didn't leave today, but that doesn't mean I won't leave tomorrow or the day after. Secondly, just because the mountains and waters were good, it did not mean that they were good as well. There's also the possibility of raising a freak. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. How could he not understand Smoker's thoughts? Actually, it was also Yang Bo's thoughts. Because of his frightening success rate in killing people, and the fact that he had a debt of blood, would there be any Dharma cultivators from the big sects who would come to seek revenge and provoke him? This wasn't a question of probability, but a question of how many and when they would come. Once the 3 Pure Ones understood the process of Xuanyuan's diplomatic mission at Langling and knew who was the one who put in the effort, they would announce it to their disciples. Without any mobilization, there would naturally be cultivators who were eager to gain merit, who dreamed of becoming famous, who had family and friends, and all kinds of cultivators who came with different intentions. There was no need for the sect to make arrangements, because this wasn't a battle between cultivators. As long as it was announced, there would naturally be people who would step forward bravely. Would Shenyuan help his disciples to hide? Of course not. To the Shenyuan swordsmen, this was the situation they liked to see the most. Countless Dharma cultivators would come to practice their skills and satisfy the swordsman's desire to battle. Of course, the swordsman would also send helpers, and in the end, it would become a long and drawn-out killing feast. However, Lu Xiaoyi's situation was slightly different. He hadn't fully matured yet, and was at the stage where he needed protection. If it were someone else, like Guangbei or even Yang Bo, the sect wouldn't care and take care of them themselves. However, Lu Xiaoyi obviously didn't belong to this situation. Yang Bo stayed here because he was afraid that Lu Xiaoyi would be alone, so he wanted to stay here for a while and wait for the sect's reply. It was like an old mother hen who wanted to protect a troublesome little rooster, but didn't know that the little rooster's fighting strength had already surpassed her. Lu Xiaoyi wanted to say, I can actually take care of myself. If you're not here, I can hide and reduce the time I have to show my face in front of others. If you're here, I'll go and save you instead. However, he couldn't say that, because it was too hurtful. Fortunately, there was still time. The truth of their trip to Wolf's Ridge wouldn't be spread out immediately. Once it was spread out, it would slowly spread until someone came to find trouble with them. This would take years. By that time, Yang Bo would have already received the news, right? Life returned to normal. Senior sister Yang Bo appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and he couldn't figure out her whereabouts. He was too lazy to care about her, and only cared about his own life. Now, he had to face a new situation. Hidden Fragrance had given birth to a sword spirit. This was good news, because it meant that his swordsmanship system was finally starting to take shape. The 4 Seasons would patrol with speed, Dew City would break through with strength, and Hidden Fragrance would launch sneak attacks. However, it was also bad news. He was going to have to spend a lot of money again. There were many places where he needed spirit stones. The 4 Seasons and Dew City would be upgraded soon, and Hidden Fragrance's entire body would be engraved into a sword array. After that, he would need to refine a flying sword, ready to stab living creatures at any time. Right now, he only had 500 mid-grade spirit stones on him, which were obtained from selling the sect skills to Yang Bo. There was also the salary he received in advance from Gu Gang. As for the rest, he could only see how much reward he could get from this mission. There were still 2 heads, so he couldn't sell them at a cheap price. In fact, he didn't expect to have many flying swords with sword spirits in the future. Main attack, sneak attack, roundabout, backup, he estimated that he wouldn't even need 10 of them. If he had more, it would be troublesome to control them. He was very clear that no matter how many flying swords he trained, they couldn't compare to the endless inner sword. Therefore, his main goal was still to improve the individual ability of his single sword. If in the future, he could break through the enemy with 1 sword in Ju City, then why would he need to train other flying swords? In order to fulfill Guang Bei's wish, his future days couldn't be too dull. In fact, he could see that even without Guang Bei, he was destined to not be dull. He didn't look for trouble, but trouble always came to him. He didn't know what was going on. Half a month later, Yang Bo brought him news of the dome. Chapter 314. Sword Chi Soaring Heaven Pavilion's orders are for you to continue guarding Spear Point Town. Yang Cheng didn't bring any good news, but Lu Xiaoyi already had a premonition that fate wouldn't allow him to hide in the sect and live a peaceful life. It always wanted to torment him, so it didn't matter. Yang Cheng was puzzled by his indifference. "You're not angry?" Lu Xiaoyi sighed. "What's the use of being angry? Senior apprentice sister, if I take root here, do you plan to stay here forever? If that's the case, why don't we merge our 2 sects into one, and roll our covers together?" Yang Cheng said, "You've only had a few days, and now you're talking nonsense again. I told you the bad news just now, but now I'm going to tell you the good news." Lu Xiaoyi lay lazily outside the stone pagoda, basking in the sun. "It's already like this, what good news can there be? It must be another piece of bad news. Senior apprentice sister, you're purposely angering me." Yang Cheng chuckled. "The news I received from the sect today is the latest. It's about you. Do you want to know?" Lu Xiaoyi was very dissatisfied. "The stone pagoda is with me, right? Why didn't they give me the news directly? Instead, they used you, senior apprentice sister, such an informal channel. The sect is too biased." Yang Cheng glanced at him. "I have friends." "Do you?" Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. He really didn't. As for Yang Cheng's group, they were just casual acquaintances. Moreover, their levels were limited, so he didn't know much inside information. However, he didn't want to lose face. "You call them friends? They're all subordinates under your skirt, right? For women, you don't care about the sect's rules." Yang Cheng wasn't angry, because what she was about to say really made her happy. "Little Yi, I want to congratulate you here. According to the sect's news, the 5-Ring Foundation establishment ranking list that is held every 3 years was updated a few days ago. Our Shenyuan external sword has another person on the list. Don't you think it's something worth celebrating?" "What does it have to do with me?" Lu Xiaoyi subconsciously expressed his disdain, but quickly sat up. "Senior apprentice sister, no. Smokey smiled like a flower. "Really? Congratulations, junior marshal brother. In the new ranking, junior marshal brother is ranked 9th and 9th. Junior marshal brother has successfully entered the foundation building ranking. Junior marshal brother has become the pride of Shenyuan, the pride of the external sword sect, and a powerhouse respected by your peers. I hope junior marshal brother will continue to work hard and make further progress." Lu Xiaoyi had to interrupt him. Wait. My mind is in a mess. Who was the one behind this ranking? Don't I need to register? Announcing it out of the blue like this, where was the privacy of others? Is there still law and order? Smokey could not suppress his laughter, but it was obvious that he was up to no good. Since you're in the cultivation world, unless you never leave the mountain and never fight with others, your every move must have been collated behind your back. You killed people in Minute State Prefecture, River City, the Red Top Clan, the Mountain Python Clan, and the North Gazing Clan. With so many achievements, how could they have missed you? This is the 5-Ring cultivation world. Whether you enter the ranking or not is not up to you. Even your nickname is not up to you. Lu Xiaoyi was very vigilant. His Dharma name was terrible, so he still cared about such nicknames. He did not ask for too many, but it should be similar, right? Nickname. What does that mean? Who gave them the right to give me a nickname? Smokey finally could not hold back his laughter. What right do you have? Did you have a right when you were born? It was your parents who gave you the name. Did you have a right when you entered the sect? It was the sect who gave you the name. Then when it comes to the ranking, what right do you have? The 5-ring foundation building ranking only selects the top 1,000. So you're just a shortlist. There's a lot of room for improvement. Come, I'll read it for you. Number 1000, Orchid Court Cultivator, Shining Night Meteor Lin Zizheng. Number 998, Tai Immortal Sect Cultivator, 9 Heavens Lightning Emperor. Listen, this nickname, this aura, this charm, this realm. Lu Xiaoyi finally realized how scary this woman was and hurriedly stopped her. Wait. Senior Martial Sister, what's the use of reading these irrelevant names? Read out the 999th name. Smokey finally stopped laughing and said seriously, okay, I'll read out the 999th name. Shenyuan Sword Sect's external sword lineage, Candid Whores Lu Xiaoyi. After saying that, she could no longer hold back and laughed while covering her sleeves. Lu Xiaoyi stared blankly for a moment, then flew into a rage. Which mischievous bastard is this, to randomly give this young master a nickname? It doesn't match the facts at all. It's all groundless and fabricated. Smokey finally stopped laughing. Groundless accusations? I don't think so, right? I feel that the nickname that other people came up with for you is a good portrayal of you. Did you not lick the Candid Whores after killing people in the Mountain Python tribe? What did you chew after killing people in the North Gazing tribe? They didn't accuse you wrongly. Lu Xiaoyi was very dissatisfied. It's just a habit. It doesn't represent the characteristics of one's strength. Look at Tai Immortal Sect. They play with lightning, so they call them 9 Heavens Lightning. That's very suitable. I play with swords, so I have to be related to swords, right? Even if you don't touch swords, I'm a star cultivator. It's fine to have 100 changes Star Lord or something. Candid Whores? What is this? Do you want me to pierce through 8 or 10 heads with one sword? Smokey's laughter gradually disappeared. This junior brother's last sentence was obviously a joke, but for some reason, she felt that it was very likely to become a reality. It was very scary, she sighed softly. Little Yi, the nickname has been set. It can't be changed. But your habit of licking the Candid Whores after killing people is indeed a little perverted. Lu Xiaoyi felt very wronged. I don't want to either. I faint at the sight of blood. It can have a little sour and sweet taste in my mouth, and it can be suppressed a little. Smokey was very serious. Little Yi, this joke can only be made between us martial brothers and sisters, but you must not lick the Candid Whores after killing people outside and then say that you faint at the sight of blood. This was contempt, a blatant provocation. When others hear you say this, they will have a common enemy and fight you to the death. Lu Xiaoyi wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Wasn't this forcing him to not tell the truth and only tell lies? This was forcing a good girl to become a prostitute. With great difficulty, Lu Xiaoyi bypassed this point. He still had a lot of questions. Senior sister, is there a reward for being on the ranking list? Yes. But it's not from the sect, it's from other sect. There will always be people challenging you at any time, and you can't refuse. Can't I hide in the dome? No. They directly challenge you in front of the mountain gate. For the glory of the sword vein, you can't refuse. Then what's the point of playing? If the first-ranked person challenges me, won't I die without a burial place? I can't hide, can't run. If it's like this, won't there be only one person left alive in the ranking list? Lu Xiaoyi really wanted to fulfill senior brother Guangbei's wish, but not now. In any case, he should at least give him a few decades to strengthen himself, right? Now that he was suddenly pulled into it, what should he do? Their cultivation levels were not equal at all. Chapter 315. After all, Yang Chen had decades more experience and knowledge than he did. This time, he came to tell him these things not only to laugh at his nickname, but also to explain some of the rules of the ranking of the foundational stage, in case this blockhead came up with some ridiculous jokes that would be impossible to deal with. The ranking list has its own rules. Of course, it won't allow you to challenge it as you wish, especially when it comes to bullying those below. The Foundation Establishment ranking list has existed for tens of thousands of years in the fifth ring. The rules have been modified countless times and are very complete. Unless there is a personal grudge, there won't be a situation where a person in a higher position challenges a person in a lower position. They divide the entire ranking list into 5 levels. The top 10 are one level, 10 to 30 are another level, 30 to 100 are another level, 100 to 300 are another level, and 100 to 300 are another level. After 300 is the 4th level. You are now at the bottom of the 5th level. In theory, only the 1000th person has the right to challenge you. But you have to remember that cultivators outside the ranking list can challenge you without limit. And among these low-profile cultivators, there are many strong ones. Lu Xiaoyi thought about it thoroughly. This is just self-discipline, not an iron rule, right? Smokey sighed. Yes. If it's a group fight, it's actually meaningless, right? Yes. At the end of the day, this can only restrain a gentleman, but not a villain, right? Yes. But little Yi, under the eyes of the whole world, it's not that easy to be a villain. There are even villains who are forced to be a gentleman their entire lives. And this is also related to one's Dao heart. For most cultivators, honor is more important than life. This is also a fact. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. He was forced to do something beyond his ability. There was really no other way now. Senior sister, I really want to know. With Shenyuan swordsman's warlike nature, how many people in our sect are on the ranking list? Is there a big difference between inner and outer swordsmen? How many people are strong but don't want to show their faces? Smokey thought for a moment. I haven't counted, but this topic is the favorite topic of warlike cultivators, so I know a little. It might not be accurate, but it's generally not bad. Shenyuan should have around 60 swordsmen on the leaderboard. Among them, there were around 40 inner swordsmen and 20 outer swordsmen. In the top 10, there were 2 swordsmen Shenyuan, both of whom were inner swordsmen. There were 5 swordsmen in the top 30, and all of them were inner swordsmen. There were 8 swordsmen in the top 100, and all of them were inner swordsmen. Now, do you understand the true status of external swords in Shenyuan? Lu Xiaoyi was silent for a long time. If they are the same as senior apprentice brother Guangbei, then they are worthy. Smokey nodded. The gap was there, and it wasn't just a matter of strength. In Xuanyuan's sword faction, I've heard that there are many swordsmen who keep a low profile and don't want to show their power in front of others. I don't know the exact number, but it should be around 20 to 30%. However, I have to remind you that because of their orthodoxy, most swordsmen will show their grace on the leaderboard. However, that's not the case in the orthodoxy. They are more reserved and keep a low profile. Therefore, it's not nonsense to say that there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the orthodoxy. It's true. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. They're all holding back. I want to too. Smokey said seriously, Little Yi, don't underestimate this Foundation Establishment leaderboard. How many Foundation Establishment cultivators do we have in Shenyuan? More than 20,000. There are even more in some of the major orthodoxy sects, such as the Supreme, the 3 Pure Ones, and Garin. In the entire 5 rings, there are close to 1 million Foundation Establishment cultivators on this vast continent. The top 1,000 chosen from this base is not for fun. They're all real people. Take you for example. Although you haven't challenged anyone on the leaderboard, you're on the leaderboard because of your outstanding number of kills. This also shows that your strength isn't a coincidence. The 5 rings is huge. To be able to kill 7 or 8 major sects in a short 10 years isn't purely luck. This is the reason why you're on the leaderboard. Pausing for a moment, he said earnestly, but that's what outsiders see. They will never be able to see as clearly as we, the people on our side. Let's not talk about your previous kills. I didn't see them. Let's just talk about the 2 kills you made in the Wolf's Ridge. The first time, you pretended to be weak, and then took advantage of their unpreparedness to kill them. The second time, you simply hid under my skirt and attacked. Although I didn't do much, I did harass them and divert their attention. These 2 kills weren't honorable. I heard from senior brother Yang Bo that your kills in Haluor City were also like this. Therefore, your true strength has to be reduced. You must understand this point clearly. Don't be arrogant and condescending just because you're on the leaderboard at such a young age. You'll only cause trouble. Lu Xiaoyi clasped his hands. Thank you for your advice, senior sister. Little ye understands. Yang Cheng sighed. You're stronger than me. You understand battle tactics and seize opportunities. Even my sneak attacks may not succeed. This is also a practical ability. I just want to tell you that when someone challenges you openly, your strengths won't be of much use. Of course, among the cultivators at the bottom of the leaderboard, there are many who don't live up to their reputation. You're not the only one. There was once a senior brother on the leaderboard who said that when you enter the top 300, all of you will have real talent and unique skills. Lu Xiaoyi was very scoundrel. Top 300? I don't want to think about this. I'll hang around at the bottom for a few decades first. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to hear senior sister's lesson again. Yang Cheng handed over a jade slip. Regarding the leaderboard, there are many things that can't be explained clearly. This jade slip has some basic information, you can take a look at it yourself. In addition, you should go back to the dome. You've been out for more than 5 years, you shouldn't have any materials on you, right? You can go back and replenish them. In addition, when you receive the reward for this mission, you can also find some channels to ask why they kept you in this place and couldn't move. This mission will last for 5 years. According to the usual practice, you have 3 months of vacation. I'll stay in Marojian town until you come back. Lu Xiaoyi was very puzzled. Is this your own idea? Or the sect's idea? It's the Sword Chi Rushing Heaven Pavilion's idea. Lu Xiaoyi was very moved. In fact, he had another reason. He needed to go back and find some cultivation methods. Whether it was Fan Lu or Bo Ao Lu, he had reached the foundation establishment stage for 20 years. He was already qualified to choose some cultivation method. Originally, all of this wasn't urgent. However, after being inexplicably placed on the leaderboard, he felt that danger was approaching. He had a premonition that as long as he was involved in this thing, there would be endless trouble. Once again, he clasped his hands. Senior sister, then I'll have to trouble you. When I'm done, I'll return. It may not necessarily take 3 months. In fact, whether it's the dome or Marojian town, it's all the same to me. Chapter 316. Lu Xiaoyi did as he was told. He really could not afford to delay as there were too many things that needed to be improved. The materials for the flying sword were huge, and so was the cultivation technique system. These were all directions that he had found in his 5 years of practical experience. They were extremely precious, and there was no reason for him to procrastinate like before. In fact, Yang Chen was right. His strength was indeed outstanding among cultivators who had been in the foundation establishment for less than 50 years. This was because such cultivators could not crush him in terms of cultivation, and they would not have time to use their spells and sword arts, so he had an advantage. However, the cultivators he might face in the future were all people on the ranking list. They were all elites who had been in the foundation establishment for more than 100 years. They would not be merciful to him just because he had been cultivating for less than 100 years. In the cultivation world, there was no such thing as respecting the old and respecting the young. If Lu Xiaoyi could kill the old, others could kill the young. He had never come into contact with the people on the leaderboard. The 2 he had killed were too coincidental. Not only did Smokey think this way, but he also thought this way. At least for now, his 99,999th position was very fake. He hoped to make up for this shortcoming before others realized it. It was not easy, it was too rushed. He could only reluctantly do it. More than 20 days later, Lu Xiaoyi returned to the dome. He had not been back for many years, and he did not miss it very much. However, there was a sense of security here that he did not have in other places. Unfortunately, this sense of security did not belong to him. The sword chi of the Soaring Heaven Pavilion seemed to always be at odds with him, never letting him rest. At his level, he still could not make his own voice heard. This time in Shenyuan, he did not go to the cave residence. That was not even a place for him to sleep. He went straight to the visitation hall to ask for his reward. This time, it was not Jiyu Gang, but the other deputy hall master, Jiyu Long. Lu Xiaoyi was still in a long line. Among the Foundation establishment cultivators, Lu Xiaoyi's exposure in the dome was pitifully low. Almost no one knew him. Therefore, although he was now considered a celebrity in the line of external sword, no one could compare his reputation with his face. He could still keep a low profile for the time being and not be disturbed. Cigarette butt, why are you here? Jiyu Long couldn't be blamed for his poor memory. If anyone were to face over 100 Foundation establishment cultivators every day, the total number would be in the tens of thousands. Even they would have a headache. Originally, Lu Xiaoyi's trivial matter didn't require him to personally deal with it. Handing in the mission and receiving the reward would be handled by the subordinate cultivators. However, the reward involved in his mission this time was a little too large, exceeding the scope of the subordinate cultivators. Therefore, he, as the deputy hall master, had to personally take care of it. Disciple has completed the mission to Wolf's Ridge, and the evaluation is excellent. In the process, I also contributed to the sect and killed 2 opponents. Because of this, I'm here to collect my rewards. Jiyu Long nodded. He remembered now. This was the main mission of the chaotic Thunder Palace in the Inner Sword, and they had the assistance of the Outer Sword. A few days ago, the Thunder Palace had specially sent a message to the Sword Chi Soaring Heaven Pavilion to treat their disciples fairly, and not to use any reason to embezzle or exploit them. To be honest, the external sword disciples were very dissatisfied with the Thunderclap Palace's overreach. They were disciples of the external sword lineage, so how could they allow others to criticize them? This external sword disciple was really too much. He had to bring his family's matters to his cousin. Couldn't he solve it privately? It was said that the 2 Yuanying spiritual masters in the Sword Chi Soaring Heaven Pavilion were at loggerheads because of this. One was an idle spiritual master who had just found out about this matter, while the other was a spiritual master who was in charge of the daily affairs of the Soaring Heaven Pavilion. They almost drew their sword. In the Shenyuan sword sect, the status of idle and official positions were completely different from that of the mortal world. In the mortal world, official positions were the heavens, and idle positions were nothing. It was the opposite in the cultivation world. Official positions were because they didn't have enough potential and had no hope of reaching the upper realm, while idle positions were because they needed to focus their energy on cultivation, and had the hope of reaching the next level. Originally, such a small matter wouldn't have attracted the attention of a spiritual master, but 2 reasons made it big. One was the ranking list, and the other was the Thunderclap Palace's interference. He didn't know how the dispute in the Sword Chi Soaring Heaven Pavilion was resolved. He only knew that the order given by the spiritual master who was in charge of the daily affairs this time was different from before. He wanted him to be as fair as possible, and not to give others an advantage. As for the reward of the mission, we're referring to the standard of the Inner Sword sect. Because they're in charge of this matter, 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones is the standard. Do you have any objections? No. During this mission, you've killed 2 enemies, namely Wushang and 3 pure ones. They're the strongest opponents of Shenyuan in the 5th ring, so the standard is also the highest. 1,000 spirit stones per person, so the total is 2,000 spirit stones. Do you have any objections? No. Jiyu Long signed a decree and threw it over. He felt that there were some things that needed to be clarified. 5 years of the Wolf Ridge mission. Originally, you could have rested in the mountain gate for a period of 8 to 10 years. However, as far as I know, you've accepted the mission of guarding the Spearpoint town in the Outer Sword sect, and you've received the reward in advance. In fact, the time you can guard the Spearpoint town is very limited. One person can't take two salaries at the same time. Since both are given to you, you've completed the mission of going to the Wolf Ridge, but you haven't completed the mission of guarding the Spearpoint town. Therefore, we've decided that you'll continue to stay in the Spearpoint town. Do you have any objections? No. Once this reason was stated, Lu Xiaoyi really had no way to refute it. Although these trivial matters were caused by the higher-ups, it was true that he hadn't guarded the Spearpoint town for long before he went to the Wolf Ridge to earn some extra money. Ji Long once again said earnestly, family matters should be left to the family to resolve. It's not good if word gets out. People will think that we, the Outer Sword sect, treat our disciples harshly. Do you understand this? This time, Lu Xiaoyi didn't pretend to be deaf and mute. He could be considered to have a small reputation now. This was the good thing about reputation. It could create a layer of natural protection, and wouldn't be a nameless person who could be bullied by others. But what if the family doesn't resolve it? Seeing Lu Xiaoyi walk out of the Ascension Hall, Ji Long became more and more confused. This small foundation establishment stage was very strange. Someone had inexplicably suppressed him and used them to ascend to the Ascension Hall. However, the person who did this was very vague. In the Sword Chi Rushing Heaven Pavilion, the method of suppression was very gentle, and only created some obstacles in daily life. This was a very common thing among the tens of thousands of foundation establishment stage cultivators of the Outer Sword sect, and wasn't worth making a fuss about. However, this small foundation establishment stage cultivator was very tenacious, and from a certain perspective, his performance was very outstanding. This was the reason why his companion Jiyu Gang was so indignant. It seemed that every time the Outer Sword sect had a slightly more difficult mission, it would always be his turn to do it. This didn't conform to the rules of the Outer Sword sect. Originally, this kind of thing would slowly pass after a long time, but this small foundation establishment stage cultivator was getting sharper and sharper under the suppression. He actually managed to enter the 5-ring foundation establishment stage cultivator ranking among the tens of thousands of foundation establishment stage cultivators. This made many Outer Sword sect seniors unable to help but ask, who exactly was this cigarette butt? In theory, entering the ranking meant that one's strength was at the top of the tens of thousands of foundation establishment stage cultivators. However, from his observation just now, he couldn't see this point at all. His cultivation level was average, and he was only slightly stronger than others who had been in the foundation establishment stage for 20 years. In the cultivation world, cultivation was king, and was the cornerstone that supported any system. He couldn't think of how a cultivator with such a cultivation level could enter the ranking. However, the second half of the ranking was full of uncertainty. It was a comprehensive evaluation based on the cultivator's battle achievements. It was very common for a cultivator to appear in one episode and disappear in the next. Therefore, it still needed to be observed. However, it was very strange that the Thunder Palace of the Inner Sword sect had spoken up for him. Could it be that this guy was in cahoots with some big shot of the Inner Sword sect? Chapter 317. Lu Xiaoyi turned into another hall of the Visitation Hall. With Jiyu his decree, he could receive spirit stones. Just like in his previous life, he needed a leader's signature to receive real gold and silver from the cashier. This was the rule. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to show the leader's care and role. There was still a line for spirit stones, making Lu Xiaoyi ridicule Xuanyuan's window service system. However, he couldn't blame the sect entirely. He came at a bad time. These few days, it was Xuanyuan's half-year welfare distribution. The disciples who had been hungry for a long time were flocking here. They were relying on this income to add another layer of sword formation to their flying sword. Lu Xiaoyi applied for a huge sum of money this time, at least for foundation establishment cultivators. 5,000 spirit stones as a mission reward, 2,000 people as a reward. He had been out for 6 years, but he still hadn't received 2,000 in welfare. This made him very happy. Behind him was a group of laughing cultivators. Most of them were young people who had entered in the last 10 or 20 years. They had lively personalities and were also the group of people who were most looking forward to the welfare distribution of the sect. This was because at their current stage, it was very difficult for them to have additional income. They didn't have enough strength to go out and make money. They also didn't have the capital to do business in the sect. This was the most awkward stage of their foundation establishment cultivation. 100 mid-grade spirit stones. It's only enough for the materials for the second layer of my wind and cloud flying sword, and this doesn't even take into account the failure factor. Ari, the fifth ring's prices are so high. How can us low-level cultivators live? A young cultivator complained. You're already not bad. The materials for my thunderclap sword are very expensive. 100 spirit stones is only enough for the first layer of sword formation. It's really like eating one meal without knowing the next. I don't know when this kind of life will end. Another cultivator agreed. A cultivator joked, in this life, you reincarnated into the wrong body. As a man, you can betray your brothers and be a woman. As long as you find a good Tao companion, everything will be solved, right? A delicate voice scolded, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. You think that just because you're a person, you can support a Tao companion's expenses? I've even heard that there are shameless people who borrow spirit stones from the woman. A cultivator laughed. Then you've chosen the wrong person. If you want to choose, you have to choose someone like Defy Tobacco, who is young, rich, and forthright. Brother Tobacco, how much can you get this time? I've heard that you've done quite a few missions in the past few years. A slightly prideful voice said, 800 spirit stones. There are so many of them. There's half a year's worth of benefits, rewards from missions, and bonuses. The cultivators at the side were all envious. People with ability were indeed different. However, to dare to step out at this stage, it would be impossible for them to not have some ability. Some cultivators didn't want to let go of any opportunity to make money. I'm willing to bet that none of us in the queue will receive more spirit stones than senior brother Yang Yi. If there is, I'll lose 10 spirit stones. Who wants to bet with me? There were dozens of people in the queue. At a glance, all of them were young cultivators. Old foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't fight for this time. Firstly, they didn't lack spirit stones to this extent. Secondly, they wanted to avoid the most crowded time in the Ascension Hall in the past 6 months. Therefore, this was basically a profitable business. No one was stupid enough to fall for his evil trick. Seeing that no one was fooled, the cultivator raised the stakes again. 20 against 10. If I guess correctly, I'll win 10. If I guess wrong, I'll lose 20. Is there still no one who dares to bet with me? Still, no one answered. At this time, a delicate voice rang out. I'll bet with you. Everyone laughed. This junior martial sister Tobacco's voice sounded delicate, but her temper was very straightforward. Speaking of which, among the female cultivators who could enter Shenyuan Sword School, how many were truly delicate and pretty? They were all tigresses. The cultivators in front of them received their spirit stones one after another. Indeed, none of them received more than Tobacco. Not to mention 800 spirit stones, none of them even received more than 500 spirit stones. That cultivator laughed. It seems that I'll have to accept junior martial sister Tobacco's spirit stones. However, it's not like there's no other way. If junior martial sister Tobacco agrees to travel with me, I won't mention this bet again. That junior martial sister Tobacco was very unyielding. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. I'm not someone who can't accept defeat. Travel with you? Get tricked by you again. 800 spirit stones was already close to the cost of a flying sword's sword array. Everyone was the type to spend spirit stones whenever they had it. Very few people would save it up. This was also a result of the swordsman's character. Who would be willing to see their flying sword bare? Every bit of strength counted. Who knows when it might come in handy? Lu Xiaoyi turned a deaf ear. Although he was also considered a newcomer, his rich experience had already changed his mentality. After entering the rankings, he already had the mentality of a mature cultivator. Consciously or unconsciously, he began to differentiate himself from the other newcomers. This was not because he thought highly of himself, but because he had to accept the fact that he could be challenged at any time. From the moment his name entered the rankings, he was no longer a newcomer. No one would treat him as a newcomer anymore. Finally, it was his turn. The two cultivators carefully checked his mission list, various rewards, and Hall Master Jiu Long's orders. Finally, they looked at him with admiration and whispered, "The quantity is too large. Change it to top-grade ones?" Lu Xiaoyi smiled and nodded. Not long later, a storage bag filled with 820 top-grade spirit stones was handed to him. The cultivator smiled and said, "A total of 820 spirit stones. Please check." As soon as this voice was heard, Lu Xiaoyi heard a series of gasps behind him. Especially the junior sister named Yang Yang. She was very happy to have 120 spirit stones for no reason. Lu Xiaoyi scanned with his spiritual sense. The quantity was just right. He nodded his head and turned to leave. He did not stay any longer, nor did he enjoy the pleasure of pretending to be weak. There were still many things to do. He was busy. Although he had left, the person behind him was not calm. Yang Yang stretched out her hand. 20 middle-grade spirit stones. Hand it over. The cultivator who bet with her was still in disbelief. But the truth was right before his eyes. He felt a little heartache. His hands were not loose either. However, the cultivator named Yang obviously had some friendship with him. He did not want to see his friend admit defeat because of him. Thus, he took out another document. "I've only completed half of my mission. Originally, I didn't want to hand it over and wait for an opportunity to complete the other half. But since my friend is in trouble, I'll hand it over today. The reward for the entire mission is 100 spirit stones. I can only get 50 now, but 850 spirit stones should be enough for you to win, right?" Next to him, Tobacco Leaf was very dissatisfied and grumbled. However, in this circle, strength spoke louder than words. Tobacco Leaf was the leader in this circle. No one would accuse him of being biased over such a small matter. Therefore, although many people were a little dissatisfied, no one stood out to say anything. It was not worth it to offend a powerful cultivator for a dozen or so spirit stones. Soon, Yi Yang took out 850 mid-grade spirit stones. The cultivator who made the bet had a smug look on his face and also stretched out his hand. "A bet is a bet. Give me 10 spirit stones." Seeing that the tobacco was still somewhat unwilling, the cultivator also had a bad mouth and said, "All right. Junior sister, you don't have to be unconvinced. Not everyone had the ability to receive 800 mid-grade spirit stones in one go. Who knows, maybe that person received 800 low-grade spirit stones." Some people did not like to hear his word. One of the two cultivators in charge of distributing the spirit stones coldly looked at him. "You're right. That's indeed not 820 mid-grade spirit stones. But it's not low-grade either. That's 820 top-grade spirit stones. Junior brother, if you must compete, you probably need to gather more than 7,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Chapter 318. No one dared to believe this cultivator's words. To receive more than 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones in one go, based on the sex benefits, one would need to save up for 40 years and not receive them. Looking at this person's age, how was it possible? In that case, what mission did he do to obtain these spirit stones? Everyone expressed their doubts. Even Tobacco Leaf didn't remember there being such a person in the same realm in the same sec. That cultivator's experience was there, and he couldn't bear to see a group of people bullying a girl, so he spoke somewhat indifferently. "Junior sister, you've won. Don't forget your wager." He looked at everyone and reprimanded, "Giving up a mission halfway for the sake of a reward is not Xuanyuan's tradition. Giving up a mission for a mere few dozen spirit stones is even less of a Xuanyuan's tradition." Tobacco Leaf's face flushed red. He silently walked over and put down the 50 spirit stones. "I'll take this mission again and give up on my gains. But I want to know how that cultivator was able to obtain so many spirit stones in one go. This doesn't seem to make sense." The cultivator nodded in satisfaction. I can tell you, although doing so may violate other people's privacy, that person just now, in the 5 years he went out, he traveled 1,000,000 miles of the Wolf Ridge and went to dozens of clans, big and small. He played an extremely important role in helping our Shenyuan win the agreement with the High Mountain clan. He directly faced the Supreme 3 Pure Ones cultivators and killed one in each formation. If you can do all this, Shenyuan will also not be stingy with your rewards. And because of this person's outstanding achievements in the Wolf Ridge, he was included in the 5-Ring Foundation Establishment Hero list. He became the 22nd outer swordsman of my external sword lineage on the list. And he only entered the sect a few years earlier than you all. Now, does anyone have any questions? Cigarette butt. There was no need to guess. This laughable name, nickname, and Dharma name were just as laughable, candid whores. But after laughing, they were filled with deep admiration and fear. Especially his nickname, those who understood the origin of it couldn't help but secretly call him a pervert. After killing someone, he had to eat candid whores. There were even rumors that this fellow stored several grass targets and hundreds of candid whores in his storage ring. Under the laughable appearance was a cold killing intent. His name had recently spread like wildfire among the swordsmen, but very few had seen his true face. Today, when they saw him, he was not as vicious as they had imagined. He was just a sunny young man, full of vigor like them. Everyone dispersed in an uproar. This was also a small legend, and in front of a legend, what was the so-called 800 spirit stones? Not even 10% of the other parties. Lu Xiaoyi didn't know that his reputation was being praised, spread, and promoted by others intentionally or unintentionally. However, no one knew that the hero in the mouths of others was panicking right now. He was being roasted in the fire even though he wasn't strong enough. That was the portrayal of his current situation. Right now, he desperately wanted to be stronger so that he could deal with more and more problems that he could not control in the future. Where should they go next? Was it Fan Lu or Bo Ao Lu? He had a clear understanding. He had to go to Bo Ao Lu first. After he had a comprehensive understanding of the external sword techniques, he would go to Fan Lu to find out what he had missed. This was because he only had one chance to go to Fan Lu. At least, he wouldn't be able to go there again in a short period of time. He also didn't want to go back to his abode. There was nothing to be nostalgic about there. On the contrary, it might bring a lot of unnecessary social interactions. For example, Ling Ruofeng's group. It wasn't that he didn't care about his old friends because he had grown up, but he had grown up too quickly. First, he had to choose what he had already decided. He needed the 4th sword technique. If possible, he also wanted the 5th sword technique. Now that the problem of resources had been solved, the problem came to the restriction of the techniques. Shenyuan had very strict restrictions on the disciples. They were afraid that some of them would be insatiably greedy, like a bear breaking a stick. It had been 20 years since he entered the sect, and he had 3 chances to learn new techniques. In addition to the one he had kept before, he could choose 4 different techniques. Considering that his main goal was to improve his single sword, he had to put the training of the sword spirit and the cultivation of the potential first. In this way, it would be difficult for him to be presumptuous in his choice of swordsmanship, and he could only choose one. At fighting Ao Lu, he was stopped by an old cultivator. This surprised him. He had been to Bo Ao Lu many times, and no one had ever bothered him. As long as you had a sword talisman, you were one of them. You could enter and leave as you wished. Old senior, what are you doing? He was still very respectful to the elderly, although he was a little anxious. The old cultivator looked at him. There are some rules that need to be explained. So I'll have to take up some of your time. Lu Xiaoyi was puzzled. Old senior, I've been here many times. I know the rules. Do you think you've got the wrong person? The old cultivator's expression didn't change. The previous rules are not the current rules. Because the previous you is not the current you. Ever since you entered the 5 Rings Foundation Establishment hero role, Bo Ao Lu will no longer set restrictions on you. There will no longer be a limit to the number of techniques. You can choose whatever you want. If you have any questions, feel free to look for me. Even though this old man didn't learn many of the martial arts in the Bo-Ao pavilion, but they are all categorized into different categories. The origins and uniqueness of each of them are all in my mind. If you want to find something, you don't have to look for it. Just ask me, I won't miss a single one. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. This was the first benefit of having a reputation. The treatment of the so-called genius disciples in the sect was indeed different. This was the uniqueness of the top sects in nurturing their disciples. When you showed your ability, they would no longer restrict you. You would be free to develop. This old cultivator, to put it bluntly, was a know-it-all guide. It was just that he didn't serve the masses. Instead, he specialized in a particular group of people. Lu Xiaoyi gestured with his hand. Thank you, old senior. The old cultivator didn't decline. The two walked side by side. Lu Xiaoyi asked for guidance. Old senior, I want to find one or two more special sword techniques. Yes, the more obscure ones that can catch people off guard. The old cultivator had a lot of experience and immediately understood what he meant. He didn't ask for details and was only responsible for answering questions. Yes, there are too many. I'll tell you one by one. The sneak attack category is divided into spatial sneak attack and hidden sneak attack. The spirit category is divided into impact and secret curse categories. The 5 elements variation category is strange fire, strange water, high metal, duanmu, earth splitting, cold wind, thunder and so on. The star category is strange path, sword force. Listening to the old cultivator talk about them one by one was much easier than looking for them himself. During the discussion, Lu Xiaoyi roughly determined 3 directions: sword force, star force, and spirit force. It was impossible for him to take care of everything. However, his principle was that it had to be the most compatible with him. Sword force was a new area that he had improved on. He had to succeed. Otherwise, he might as well get kicked out of the ranking list. Star force was the main attribute of his cultivation method. He didn't know why he hadn't seen it before. However, the way he chose the sword technique was very unique. At the beginning, it was an experiment. Later on, it was purely because he was greedy. He wanted to make do with Jiyu Bei's 3 precious sword embryos. Spirit force was his forte. He should make use of it. This was the fastest way to achieve results. Chapter 319. Under the guidance of the old cultivator, the first thing he looked for was a sword technique related to sword force. What disappointed him was that it seemed to be different from the force in his mind. Senior, in my opinion, the so-called force should be a kind of spiritual understanding and borrowing of nature. If I master a force, such as the mountain force, then I should be able to use it when using any flying sword. I also talked about this when I talked with the senior brothers of the inner sword. Their force is like that. But the force of our outer sword seems to be different. We seem to have solidified the force into the sword formation. Is a force that can be solidified still a force? Shouldn't it be illusory and easily grasped with a flash of inspiration? The old cultivator sighed. If you want to learn, no, it should be said that you want to understand force. It is not a simple matter. Your understanding of force is actually not bad. It is something that cannot be understood, something that cannot be solidified. This is not only the case for the inner sword, but also for the other 5th ring sect. However, it was very difficult to achieve this. The range was too narrow. Therefore, cultivators chose a flexible method. They solidified and quantified the force. In the spiritual meridians, they transferred the force into the immortal treasures and spiritual treasures. In the outer sword lineage, we transferred the force into the flying swords and sword formations. It was the same principle. The force obtained this way is indeed much easier to learn. Of course, it is also relatively speaking. Not every cultivator can do it, but it has lost its soul and its application is very limited. Its power is also far from true force. For example, the mountain range sword force. Once the flying sword is mastered, it is indeed much more powerful than under normal circumstances. But it has a limit. It has a ceiling. And if you change to another flying sword, the force will not be there. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. This is not true force. It has been castrated. If I don't have this flying sword, will all my efforts be in vain? The old cultivator said, carve another one. This was a really bad idea. Lu Xiaoyi was puzzled. Does the outer sword not have true force? The old cultivator was calm. Yes. However, it is not in the sword turtle tower, but in the cloud turtle tower. There is something with true power there. In the end, Lu Xiaoyi chose two sword techniques. The light of the Big Dipper and the sword of the God of Spirit were the most suitable for him. They would allow him to further deepen his field of expertise. However, this process might take a long time. It depended on when he could get another kill. Are you familiar with the Cloud Turtle Lodge? Old Shou smiled. I've stayed in the 9 floors of Bo Ao for 100 years. There's nothing I'm not familiar with. The two of them entered the Cloud Turtle building. This was where the cultivation techniques were provided. The old cultivator brought him directly to a quiet corner on the 3rd floor. This place was filled with all sorts of weird cultivation techniques. The reason why Lu Xiaoyi missed these previously was because he thought that they were all extreme cultivation techniques from extreme cultivators. Therefore, he just brushed past them. Old Shou explained, if he really wants to learn it, he must have reached a certain level. Then, no matter how remote it is, he will be able to find it. For those who want to be different from others, seeing these will only harm them. There were a total of 10 or so cultivation techniques related to power. There were not many because there was a limit to what one could really understand at the foundation establishment level. There would be a lot more of these things after reaching the Jindan level. However, at the initial stage of cultivation, they were the most basic things. This was also a gradual process. You can't eat a fatty in one bite. The power of the mountain, the power of the weak water, the power of the wind, the power of the cross, the power of the army, the power of the clouds, the power of the rain, etc. It almost included every common phenomenon in the natural world. However, in Lu Xiaoyi's eyes, it increased the difficulty of his choice. Why did he always feel like he was missing something? The power of the mountain. What if there was no mountain at the place where he fought? The power of the weak water. Could he not go to the desert? What if there was no wind? What if it did not rain? What if there were no clouds in the sky? However, he could not be picky anymore. He was very clear about his cultivation level. He needed to stay true to his heart and start from the basics. He could not bite off more than he could chew and blindly seek perfection. He chose the power of the mountain and the power of the weak water. Mountains and rivers were the most basic things that made up this world. He could always borrow something from them. As for the others, he did not feel anything special. During this process, Old Shou did not speak, nor did he provide any opinions. This was the most professional attitude of a senior. It was also the basic attitude of a senior to the younger generation in the cultivation world. Senior, regarding the sword spirit, are there any cultivation techniques that can be used during the foundation establishment level? Old Shou said dryly, every swordsman who has some achievements and is allowed to freely choose a cultivation technique will ask me this question. Then I will say it again. During the foundation establishment period, there are none. During the Jindan period, there are none. These things can only be seen during the Yuanying period. I also do not have the qualifications. Lu Xiaoyi solemnly listened to the lecture. This was within his expectations. Guangbei had also mentioned this to him before. May I know your name? I have troubled you for 2 hours. I have benefited greatly. Old Shou accepted his bow and turned to leave. How can a person who has already entered the earth have any name? Lu Xiaoyi left Bo Ao restaurant. He felt somewhat lost. His trip to Bo Ao restaurant seemed to have achieved his goal, but also seemed to have not. This feeling was very strange and indescribable. Next was Fan Lu. He needed to pay a visit to Guangbei's master, Daoist Jiu Bo. The area around Wenguang Peak was vast and there were few people. In terms of the density of the cultivators' abodes, it was much more relaxed than the area around Thousand Virtues Peak. Jindan cultivators already had the right to set up their abodes on Wenguang Peak. Of course, they could also continue to stay in their original Foundation establishment abodes and leave it up to their own free will. Relatively speaking, there were more scattered cultivators. Those who stayed in Wenguang Peak and the chaotic Thunder Palace were few and far between. This was in line with human habits. Who would be willing to be neighbors with those old monsters in the sect all day long? Lu Xiaoyi inquired about the specific location of the abode and immediately set off. He only hoped that this Jindan senior would stay in the sect and not wander around outside. To a Jindan, wandering outside for more than 10 years was normal, but he could not afford to wait. This was a solitary abode on a steep snowy peak. It was slightly lonely and desolate. The world of cultivation was different from the world of martial arts. Masters and disciples would not live together. Even Dao companions were like this. They each had their own abodes and their own cultivation arrangements. If there was something, they would gather together. If there was nothing, they would not disturb each other. Lu Xiaoyi landed on the snowy ground in front of the abode. From the outside environment, he could not see any signs of human activity. He also could not accurately determine if there was a Jindan cultivator living here. Junior, outer sword disciple Cigarette Butt, has come to pay a visit with senior brother Guangbei's handwritten letter. After saying this, he did not speak again and only waited on the snowy ground. This was the rule. How stupid would one be to repeat it a second time or to go up and knock on the door? Chapter 320. Lu Xiaoyi did not have to wait too long before a clear voice rang out. Come in. This was the first time Lu Xiaoyi had entered a Jindan cultivator's abode, especially an inner sword Jindan's abode. He was very curious, but reality shattered his fantasy. This was a huge space. It was unknown whether it was man-made or natural. It was 100 feet deep, several tens of feet wide, and several tens of feet tall. The biggest feature of this space was that it was completely empty, except for one person, a middle-aged cultivator with a calm gaze. Lu Xiaoyi did not reveal any surprise. He was not surprised no matter what interests cultivators had. On the contrary, this absolute emptiness was more in line with his impression of the inner sword. Jiyu Po sat cross-legged on the ground. He did not get up and only waved his hand, sit. Lu Xiaoyi had finished his greeting and sat across from Jiyu Po. It was not appropriate for him to speak first, nor was it appropriate for him to immediately take out a jade slip. He had to wait for the elders to speak first, especially when this was a jade slip to ask for help. I heard from Yang Bo that you and Guangbei are good friends. Teacher and friend. Senior brother has helped me a lot. Unfortunately, I was not able to step forward when he needed me the most. Jiyu Po's face did not reveal the slightest trace of sorrow. Perhaps at his age, he already had a different understanding of death. Don't blame yourself. I heard from Yang Bo that this is a hurdle every swordsman has to cross. He did not cross it, that's all. To cultivators, life and death do not matter. It's just a change of location and a change of method. I heard from Yang Bo that during this trip to Wolf Ridge, you were the only one who killed 2 humans. This is very impressive. The outer sword has not produced an outstanding person for a long time. Yang Bo thinks highly of you. Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. This is the result of special circumstances. You can't take it seriously. If we were to face each other openly, Jiyu Po stopped him. There is no such thing as being open and above board. You have to remember that being able to make use of the environment is a part of one's strength. It is a very important part. There is nothing to be ashamed of. In a battle between cultivators, other than strength, it also depended on who could perfectly utilize the environment and psychology. If you didn't know how to utilize it, you were destined to never become a top swordsman. Guangbei's strength wasn't just ranked in the top 100. He could have entered the top 30. His problem was that he was too square. Unfortunately, I couldn't correct his philosophy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here today. Lu Xiaoyi nodded submissively. He did not know if this was Jiyu Bo's true opinion or if Jiyu Bo was just trying to comfort him. After a few words, he steered the conversation back to his original goal. Dragging it out for too long would make him seem hypocritical. He took out a jade slip and handed it over respectfully. This is senior brother's final work, and it is also related to this disciple. Please take a look. Jiyu Po waved his hand and scanned with his divine sense. He understood everything. Hearing his disciple's familiar tone, he felt a bit sad, but he didn't show it. Why do you want to see Fan Lu's skills? Your cultivation level is actually not suitable. Guang Bei should know this very well, or is there a special reason? The sword case on Lu Xiaoyi's back shook, and the 4 seasons slowly flew out, approaching Guang Bei. In his opinion, the kind of disciple was the same as the kind of master. There was no need to hide this secret. Sooner or later, it would be seen through. Why bother? Jiyu Po's divine sense collided with the 4 seasons, and he immediately understood everything. This time, he was really surprised. You actually nurtured a sword spirit. No wonder you were able to achieve so much. No wonder you could squeeze into the rankings. You entered Fan Lu because you wanted to learn how to nurture a sword spirit, right? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Martial Uncle's eyes are as sharp as torches. That's right. But other than the nurturing method of a sword spirit, I also want to see if there are any methods related to force. Senior brother told me that force is the key to reaching the next level at a certain stage. Jiyu Po sighed. It seemed that his disciple really thought highly of this external sword. Everything he said was from the bottom of his heart. As his master, he didn't mind fulfilling his disciple's last wish. To him, this was not a difficult matter. There was no need to waste time. He floated up. Come with me. Lu Xiaoyi followed behind Jiyu Po, doing his best. Jiyu Po was surprised again. You didn't learn how to control a sword, and instead used the star escape technique as your main escape technique? Lu Xiaoyi was embarrassed. I learned it, but I'm not good at it. I think the star escape technique is more suitable for me. Jiyu Po didn't ask further. This was every cultivator's secret. There was no need to get to the bottom of it. But this little external sword really didn't walk the normal path. Could this be the reason for his rise? Arriving at Wen Guangfeng's chaotic thunder hall, Jiyu Po led him in. After turning left and right, he communicated with the other internal sword Jin Dan and checked his sword talisman. Finally, they arrived in front of a hall. Jiyu Bei exhorted, "You're still too young, so we can't be like Bo Ao Lu without restrictions. 3 techniques, you can choose for yourself." Lu Xiaoyi respectfully bowed to the 2 internal sword Jin Dan and pushed open the door. Although this wasn't his first time entering the Thunder Hall, it was Fan Lu's first time. His heart was filled with anticipation. There were 2 or 3 internal swordsmen in Fan Lu. When they saw him carrying a sword case, they were slightly puzzled. But that was it. This must be a qualified external swordsman coming to learn. Although it was rare, it wasn't the only one. Compared to Bo Ao Lu's external sword, which had tens of thousands of techniques, Fan Lu's techniques were lacking in quantity. They weren't even on the same level. But considering the status of the two-sword vein, it could be seen that Fan Lu's techniques weren't something Bo Ao Lu could compare to. It was very quiet inside, and there were no whispers. It was unlike the Bo Ao restaurant, which was sometimes like a big market. The difference between tens of thousands of people and thousands of elites was self-evident. Even if you were a noisy person, you would be assimilated by the atmosphere here and become a part of it. This was the aura of a person. To be honest, there was no way to talk about temperament when there were too many people. It was too messy. Lu Xiaoyi also immersed himself in this silence. He moved slowly, not letting go of anything he was interested in. Compared to the number and complexity of Bo Ao Lu, everything here was clearly organized. Sword techniques, escape techniques, supplements, etc. They were all categorized, allowing one to know where to find what they were looking for. One couldn't blame the external swords for being too chaotic. It was just that there were too many of them and it couldn't be so organized. Firstly, he gave up on sword techniques. Secondly, he gave up on techniques, escape techniques, physical techniques. He came here today for only one purpose: supplements. This was also what Jiyu Po told him. He needed the sword spirit nourishment technique and the generation of force, all of it was within the supplement. Although Daoist Jiu Bo didn't say much, Lu Xiaoyi understood what he meant. He didn't want Lu Xiaoyi to see too many different things, as it would mess up his plans and disturb his state of mind. If Lu Xiaoyi continued to look, forget 3 sets, even 30 sets wouldn't be enough for him to choose from. The inner and outer swords were both swords, and they had something in common. In terms of swordsmanship, although the carriers were completely different, some of the fundamental principles of swordsmanship were the same. Once he started looking at them, it would be difficult for him to control himself, because learning these swordsmanship would also greatly improve his ability. But this path was crooked. The route was wrong. Lu Xiaoyi had his own unique views on swords. He also knew that now was not the time to look at the internal sword techniques. He needed to build his foundation first. As for the internal sword techniques, he didn't think that this would be the only time he would enter Fan Lu. There would be plenty of opportunities, as long as he could continue to improve. Chapter 321. P.S. It's the end of the month, and the monthly ticket is about to expire. There are countless lazy people among the readers. I know there are, but they're just too lazy to do it. Come on, throw it at me. Lu Xiaoyi stayed in Fan Lu for a full 3 days and 3 nights. This was because he was a little embarrassed. Of course, this amount of time was not excessive. Among the few inner swords that he chose, there were a few that were still there when he came in and when he left. Choice was a matter of a lifetime. In terms of power, he chose 2. The sheep horn technique and the power of intimidation. The sheep horn technique sounded very old-fashioned, but it was actually a swordsmanship that could make full use of the surrounding environment. The sheep horn technique curved into a beautiful and smooth arc. This was not for the sake of beauty, but for the purpose of supporting the horn. After hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, the angle of the sheep horn technique could withstand power far greater than its own. This was a natural choice. For powerful people, the power of the sword was stored in their hearts. With a wave of their hand, they could instantly form a power. But for low-level cultivators, it was impossible for them to do this. Thus, they needed to borrow power. Even if it was just a little bit, it could increase the power of their flying sword by several times. Note that it was increased by several times, and not like Lu Xiaoyi's previous method of climbing up bit by bit. This was the power of the power of the power. The sheep horn technique taught how to borrow power. It was not borrowing the power of the mountains or the water, or the wind or the rain. Instead, it was borrowing the power of the simplest and purest path between heaven and earth. It was like the most fundamental thing that mortal martial artists understood after waving their swords hundreds of thousands of times. Intimidation was a bad term in his previous life. But in this world of cultivation, it had a completely different meaning. It was actually a form of psychological influence. To put it simply, it was self-hypnosis. I'm stronger than you, I'm better than you, I'm luckier than you, and I'm on the side of justice, so I can trample on you. Lu Xiaoyi liked these 2 forces very much because they could be used anywhere, at any time, and in any environment. He didn't have to worry about whether there were mountains, rivers, or wind and rain in the area. He finally understood why the lineage of the external sword did not have such a powerful sword at the foundation establishment stage. For tens of thousands of years, they only worked on the sword formation and did not draw inspiration from the cultivation arts of the internal sword. If a lowly existence like Lu Xiaoyi could enter Fan Lu, there was no reason why other swordsmen couldn't enter. Couldn't they see it? If he could learn it, there was no reason why the inner sword would keep it to itself and not announce it to the outside world. Actually, the reason was very simple. There was only one thing. The inner sword had a sword spirit ever since he obtained the sword pill during the foundation establishment stage. On the other hand, the sword spirit of the external sword had to be nurtured by oneself. Only after yuaniying would it gradually take shape. Without the sword spirit's power, he wouldn't be able to return after going out. Uncontrollable. He also truly understood where the difference in combat power between the inner and outer swords came from. It started when he first learned the sword. One had a spirit, while the other had to be nurtured by himself. This made him very confused about himself. His so-called greatest golden finger, the shard of providence, had not played any practical role in his cultivation process. Now it seemed that its only use was to attract hatred for him. However, he also seemed to possess some kind of inexplicable ability, birth of sword spirit. Birth of sword spirit by killing people was not accurate. After so many years, he also realized that killing people could be a kind of stimulus from quantitative change to qualitative change. However, the most important thing was that the spirit nurturing was definitely not the reason for killing people. Instead, he had to have a long period of time with an ordinary flying sword. In other words, if he wanted to nurture a sword spirit, he had to first spend time with a flying sword. This period of time required at least a few years to carve the sword array, nourish it with magic power, soak it in spirit, use it, cultivate, and battle. After a few years, he would have the foundation to birth a sword spirit. After that, he would have to wait for some kind of opportunity. Now it seemed like he was killing people. However, he had a premonition that this was only one of the methods. There would definitely be other methods in the future. This made him very confused. He originally thought that he had some talent in swordsmanship. Now it seemed that this bit of talent was actually very impressive. The difficulty of the birth of a spirit was not solved by the outer sword for tens of thousands of years. However, it was as easy as flipping his hand for him. The golden finger was not in the shard of providence, but in himself. He wanted to know more about who he was in his previous life. Why did he have such a heaven-defying ability in this cultivation world? No matter how heaven-defying a talent was, it could not replace hard work and hard work. Regarding the nurturing of a sword spirit, he only chose one method, wave rushing slope. This was a type of sword chi technique. A spiritual environment was built in the Niwan palace of a cultivator. The energy came from the cultivator's spiritual energy and magic power, allowing the sword spirit to charge through the waves and enter the Niwan palace. This would achieve the goal of quickly nurturing a sword spirit. For the inner swordsman, this was only one of the methods to train a sword spirit. They could also achieve this by using their swords frequently. However, the outer swordsman could not do this. They had too many flying swords and could not distribute them. Lu Xiaoyi walked out of the Fan Lu without a trace of reluctance. He would come here again, but not now. He bowed to the two Jindan and displayed the technique he had chosen. The Jindan in charge of the Fan Lu recorded it down and indicated who had recommended him. The two Jindan swordsmen were not surprised by his choice. This was a very ordinary choice and was not out of the ordinary. You are Guang Bei's master, which means you are my master. This disciple's abilities are limited and cannot take on heavy responsibilities. However, I can still run errands and do odd jobs. If you have any orders, this disciple will definitely not refuse. Lu Xiaoyi thanked Jiyu Po once again. Jiyu Po smiled. What could he possibly need an outer sword disciple to do for him? Even if he was an outer sword on the ranking board. If he wanted, there were dozens of inner swordsmen who were ranked in the top 10 that he could use. However, this was a token of his sincerity. It was good that he knew how to be grateful. You don't have to thank me. The one you should be thanking is Guang Bei. Since you have already entered the ranking board, then you should at least be in it for a period of time. Don't disappoint Guang Bei's expectations of you. If one day you can reach his height and rank 91st among the 5-ring foundation establishment, then I will promise you that I will bring you to the Fan Lu again. These were sincere words, but also not sincere words. It was sincere because he was willing to fulfill his disciple's dying wish. It was not sincere because it was difficult for an outer sword to do so. Currently, Xuanyuan's outer sword lineage did not have a ranking within the top 100. The highest was only rank 14 or 17. If Lu Xiaoyi could do this, it would be equivalent to becoming the number 1 outer sword. Was it that easy? This was not something that could be done with just a sword spirit. For an outer sword, there were many other obstacles. Were the 3 techniques he had obtained from the Fan Lu easy to cultivate? Everyone knew that Sha was good, but how many could comprehend it in the end? Nurturing a sword spirit was easy for an inner sword because the sword pill was in the Niwan palace of a cultivator. However, The outer sword's sword spirit was in the flying sword. How to get it into the Niwen Palace was an unsolvable problem. Of course, he did not know that Lu Xiaoyi's sword spirit was different from ordinary ones. He had already hidden it in the sea of consciousness to hide the fragments of fate. He did not think that there would be any problems. To him, the sword spirit he nurtured was not something that he could do as he pleased. If it dared to disobey him, he would whip it. Chapter 322. Lu Xiaoyi's next destination was the market. It was not the market at the foot of Thousand Elegance Peak, but the official market at the foot of Wangguang Peak. Because there were few people and it mainly served the inner sword, it was usually very quiet. Entering the official market, he directly found the cultivator in charge. "I want the heavenly cleansing sand to nourish the sword spirit." The cultivator was a little surprised. This thing was not used by the outer sword, but everyone who opened their mouth was a customer. Perhaps he was buying it for a friend. Although the things here were mostly used by the inner sword, they did not exclude the outer sword. The heavenly cleansing sand is sold by baht. 50 top-grade spirit stones per baht. How much do you need? 10 baht. I want the best quality. Lu Xiaoyi did not bargain. This was the official market, and behind it was the Thunder Palace. It did not accept bargaining, just like the public stores in his previous life. The cultivator was surprised. "We don't have any low-grade things here." He took out 10 baht and stored it in a jade bottle. Then, he accepted Lu Xiaoyi's 500 top-grade spirit stones. This was a transaction with a clear purpose. Lu Xiaoyi spent half of his wealth this time. Although it pained him, he did not hesitate. This was a necessary price. The heavenly cleansing sand was the top-grade spirit refining sand in the cultivation world. It could be refined into the sea of consciousness by the cultivator, but it had no negative effects on the cultivator's mental state and the composition of the sea of consciousness. His wave-charging slope spirit nourishing technique needed this thing to be realized. Simply put, the heavenly cleansing sand was refined into the sea of consciousness, forming any form he wished. For example, the vast sea of consciousness waves, and the sword spirit would go against the waves, and the sword chi would break through. This process was the process of nurturing the sword spirit. The wave-charging slope spirit nourishing technique was divided into 13 stages. It required 10 baht of heavenly cleansing sand to build. Every time the sword spirit passed a stage, it would become 30% stronger. When the entire wave-charging slope spirit nourishing sand stage was completed, the sword spirit would become at least 5 times stronger. This was his goal. He could slowly nurture it himself. He could do this for a long time. For example, he could nurture it for 100 years, but it was meaningless to him. If he did not quickly become stronger now, he would not be able to see what would happen in 10 years, let alone 100 years. Without stopping, Huang Xiaolong flew to the market square at the foot of the Thousand Elegance Peak. Here, he needed to gather the necessary materials for the light of the Big Dipper and the divine entanglement sword. Then, he returned to the cave, not to rest, but to observe the hidden fragrance sword spirit carving the sword array. He wanted to determine just how many more materials were needed for the hidden fragrance flying sword. What kind? When he returned to the cave, there were many messages, including the ones from the past few days. They were all from his old acquaintances in the lower 3 stars, inviting him to meet up. Needless to say, the news of his return to the mountain had already spread. He could only ignore it. He was not in the mood, nor did he have the time to show off in front of others. His current height was not a reflection of his true strength. Several days later, hidden fragrance sword spirit's sword carving method had already begun to take shape. He could now concentrate on purchasing materials in large quantities. At this point, the pressure of spirit stones had once again found him. Hidden fragrance required at least 7 or 8 layers of materials. The Big Dipper God Pendant was slightly better, requiring only 4 or 5 layers of materials. However, this also included 2 special sword embryos. Spirit stones were not enough. After this ordeal, his net worth had shrunk to the point of being a pauper. Who would believe that? When he left the cave, a graceful figure was waiting in the distance. It was that crafty old acquaintance of his, Qin Erong. When she saw Lu Xiaoyi come out, she smiled sweetly, looking extremely flirtatious. I didn't dare to disturb you, so I waited outside. Senior brother, can you stay and listen to what I have to say? Lu Xiaoyi was very helpless. He really was not in the mood to spend time at these boring gatherings. Junior sister, I still have a mission at hand. I need to go out and stand guard, so there are some occasions that are really, Qin Erong smiled. I know that senior brother's main focus now is not only on standing guard, but also on the ranking board. The higher you stand, the more effort you have to put in. But senior brother, have you thought about it? Are you really only half a day away? It's just a rest, a sword practice, a night of travel. But if you take out half a day now, you won't lose our friendship. Cultivation is a long process. Some people disperse as they walk, and their friendships fade away. Senior brother, do you want this to happen? Lu Xiaoyi knew very well what she was talking about. To him, this might be a boring gathering, but to Ling Ruofeng and the others, this was a rare opportunity to show off their strength in the circle. They might be looked up to by others because they had such powerful friends, and they might have better opportunities to complete missions and make friends. But if he did not go, he would be slapping everyone's face. No matter how he explained in the future, he would not be able to escape the label of being arrogant, not caring about old friendships, and cold-blooded. Cultivators were self-centered when they cultivated, and there were many cultivators who gave such an evaluation. He believed that as long as he kept improving at this speed, these were nothing. The problem was, what kind of social environment did he want to be in the future? If he was willing to be alone forever, this was nothing. If there was a day when he wanted to drink and still had someone to accompany him, he would need to tolerate and accommodate them. Qin Erong said softly, they aren't bad friends. They are also swordsmen of Shenyuan. They also have their own dignity. They won't trouble you, big or small, just because senior brother stood up for them. On the contrary, they might be motivated by the fact that their old friend was able to make it this far. They all came from the same place. If senior brother can do it, why can't they? I volunteered to invite you to this gathering. If senior brother insists, I won't force you. Go back and make up a good excuse. You have to at least let everyone have some face. Lu Xiaoyi was defeated. All right, you don't have to make up any excuses. I'll go. This woman was really scheming. The key was that she was always considerate of him, which made it hard for him to reject her. She was right. This was Shenyuan, and those who could come here were the top young people of various domains. It was not like the streets of the mortal world, where one person could be treated like a big brother by everyone. Lu Xiaoyi's mentality and way of doing things were still far from a real swordsman. In terms of his life experience, he could not remember it clearly in his previous life, and there was no experience in the universe for countless years. In Pu City, he was a rich young master from a big family. Then, he suddenly became a Shenyuan swordsman. Although this kind of experience could not be said to be poor, it could not be said to be rich either. To him, whether it was his outlook on the world or on life, he had not completely established them yet. This was a process. No one was born with the same personality and would have the same personality until death. It was always changing. A child had a child's personality, a teenager had a teenager's way of doing things, a youth had a youth's hot-bloodedness, an adult had an adult's steadiness, and an old age had an old age's wisdom. Those who did not change were only the characters in some novels in his previous life. White as snow, proud and aloof from 10 years old to 10,000 years old, this was not a person, this was a wax figure. Chapter 323. They were still at the ring-shaped mountain, but the number of cultivators gathered this time was far greater than before. Obviously, it was not because of Ling Ruofeng's appeal, but because of him, the new rising star of the ranking list. Seeing the two figures walking side by side, Ling Ruofeng heaved a long sigh of relief. This scene was not what he had wanted at first. He had wanted to hold a small gathering only for his old friends and see Lu Xiaoyi's attitude at the same time. He wanted to see if Lu Xiaoyi was willing to join their circle, or at least not dislike it. However, he didn't know what went wrong, or whether it was intentional or unintentional, but in the end, more and more people came. Most of them were cultivators from other regions, and they all wanted to see the new rising star of the ranking list. Oh, his elegance. This kind of change put him in an awkward position. After all these years, he still understood Lu Xiaoyi's character. He was an ordinary person, not an overbearing person, but he didn't like lively scenes. When he was not famous, he would invite 4 or 5 people, but he wouldn't come even once. It was normal. He was such an indifferent person. If there were only a few old friends, everyone could understand if he didn't come. After all, this person had always been like that. However, now that such a large group of people came, how could he explain it to them? When the time came, Lu Xiaoyi's arrogant reputation would spread, and they would be implicated as well. Therefore, when Qin Erong said that she would invite him personally, he agreed without hesitation. However, he didn't have much hope, because he knew that if there were only a few people, and if there were only a few old friends, the possibility of him coming would be higher. Now, everything was settled. He was here with that lass, Qin Erong. He admitted that he did not know Lu Xiaoyi well, but he had often met Qin Erong. This woman was not ordinary. She could no longer be described as shrewd. She could calculate people down to their bones. Under her beautiful appearance, there was a precise calculation without the slightest bit of emotion. Just like this time, when they saw her walking side by side with Lu Xiaoyi, countless cultivators would associate her with this new rising star. Even if he knew that there was nothing special between this woman and Lu Xiaoyi, others didn't know. This was borrowing power. It was a woman's borrowing power. Even the Bo Pavilion didn't teach him anything. He was born with a divine ability. Ling Ruofeng, Xiao Nanbei, Zhong Qianjun, Sima Huan, Tang Xiaoluo, and Mu Keiling. Aside from Xiao Dai of the Inner Sword Palace, everyone who should be here had come. This was a very complete gathering. There was still Mu Zhenchen missing. That brother had already finished his short cultivation life, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Seeing everyone come forward to greet him, Lu Xiaoyi put aside the impatience in his heart. Cultivators paid attention to understanding, but it also depended on the situation. If you were too proud of yourself, then you wouldn't have any friends. Friends, 2 months side by side. You only see yourself, but you can't see the other month. You can't escape being alone. Qin Erong was right about this. Cultivation would become more and more lonely as one's cultivation level increased. When you realized that you couldn't even find someone to chat with, you would regret not making more friends when you were young. He also went up to them and grumbled, "Next time, if you treat me as the main character again, don't blame me for not being a good friend and not entering." These words were very pleasing to everyone. When Lu Xiaoyi let go of his thoughts, he was actually very good at talking. Everyone hugged each other and naturally formed a circle with him as the leader. Most of them were young swordsmen who had only been in the sect for a few decades. However, there were also some old cultivators who had been in the foundation building realm for more than 50 years. They came to see how strong the newcomer was. He actually managed to enter the ranking before them. In the external sword sect, there were also swordsmen who had entered the ranking. Before Lu Xiaoyi, there were a total of 21 swordsmen, so they weren't rare. Lu Xiaoyi was strange because he had only been in the sect for 20 years and had already entered the ranking. He had his own position among the large group of 5-ring foundation building cultivators. If he had done this dozens of years later, there wouldn't be such a novelty. What everyone was most concerned about was his experience in the Wolf's Ridge. They all knew that he had been killed by the Supreme and 3 Pure Ones cultivators in the Wolf's Ridge. This was really extraordinary. The swordsmen here had more or less gone out on missions and journeyed. They had also interacted with many cultivators from other orthodoxies and each had their own gains. There were also many who could kill their opponents outside, but most of them were disciples from small or medium-sized sects. Once they met a disciple from a top-tier sect, the pressure would immediately increase. At least for now, among the cultivators present, There was no one who could kill an elite cultivator from the Supreme and Three Pure Ones. Even if they were to fight with disciples from the slightly weaker Temple Blue Flag sect or the Thousand Sceneries sect, there would still be victories and defeats. It would be difficult to kill them. A cultivator asked, "Senior Brother Lu, you're now ranked 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. When do you plan to move up the ranking? This position doesn't seem very safe." Lu Xiaoyi replied honestly, "Safe? I think it's safest if I'm not in the top 1,000. Shenyuan has a saying that in the 5-ring rankings, the top 300 is the key. The top depends on fighting, the bottom depends on luck. My 9, 9, 9, 9 was earned by luck. Who knows, maybe you won't see it again next time. If that's the case, I'm afraid there won't be so many people here the next time we meet here, right?" Everyone laughed. A familiar voice sounded. Lu Xiaoyi obviously didn't know that this cultivator was called Tobacco Leaf. He had come because of some reason. "Senior Brother Lu, do you have any good suggestions on how to kill the Supreme and Three Pure Ones?" Lu Xiaoyi said seriously, "Don't fix your goal. The reason why I have such a record is because I have no choice. I also want to choose a small sect. Who doesn't want to bully a soft persimmon? Anyway, I feel that I haven't reached the level where I can go head-to-head with the elite disciples of the Supreme and Three Pure Ones. In the Outer Sword, not to mention the 21 senior brothers, even among the less famous senior brothers, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Some of them are unwilling, some of them don't have the chance. As for me, I'm just a little luckier than the senior brothers. Just in the Outer Sword, it's hard for me to even be in the top 1,000, let alone the 5-ring rankings. That's why I think this ranking is a little funny. Everyone, you don't have to pay too much attention to it." These words were very pleasant to the ears. In fact, with just these few words, a few old cultivators in the crowd who wanted to find an opportunity to test out their sword skills dispelled the idea. It was already unsightly to bully the weak. What reason did they have to go up and challenge him when he was so tactful? Was it so great to slap your own senior brothers in the face? This cigarette but was right about one thing. Swordsmen should use Dharma cultivators as a touchstone and not be a bully in the ness. Language is an art, but very few people can truly master it. When you speak to the scenery, the effect is even stronger than that of a sword or saber. It could eliminate a lot of meaningless disputes and hostility. Chapter 324. A gentle voice rang out. The voice belonged to a pretty female cultivator with a face full of admiration. Her voice was also familiar. Of course, he did not know that it belonged to someone who had won 20 spirit stones. "Senior Lu, what are you planning to do next? Are you going to continue challenging people? If you need more support, we can set up a fan club." Lu Xiaoyi sighed. "Actually, I really didn't want to come to this gathering." Everyone was stunned. What did he mean? Because like this junior sister asked, "What am I planning to do? I'm choosing sword arts, buying sword embryos and materials, and you're asking me why?" Everyone smiled knowingly, understanding what he meant. It's lonely at the top, especially someone like me, who is standing here for the first time and is only wearing a butt curtain that doesn't block the wind or rain. Everyone stopped laughing. They could hear the danger behind this. The worst situation for a cultivator is to stand in a position that doesn't belong to him, to be scrutinized by countless people. To hide one's butt, one has to grind one's skin thicker and thicker. On the outside, one has to have an indifferent attitude, but behind closed doors, one has to sharpen one's sword with all one's might. When the beauty next door calls you for dinner, you have to stretch your head out to see if she's here to challenge you. The person above is suppressing you, and the person below is chasing you. With a piece of sesame seed cake, it's the perfect Rugiamo. So if you ask me what I want to do the most is to wear this 99 by 99 crown on the head of someone who has a grudge against me. Lu Xiaoyi exchanged some pleasantries and walked away, leaving a group of people deep in thought. Some were disdainful, some were touched, and some were impressed. You can never expect everyone to understand you and agree with your self-mockery. But there was one thing that everyone forgot to ask him to show off his skills and display the power of a person on the ranking list. And this was the real reason why most swordsmen came. In the end, they realized that other than leaving behind a bunch of useless words, they did not get anything out of it. Only Qin Erong stood far away from the circle, smiling without saying a word. Senior brother is still the same as always. He likes to fool people. He was like this in the past, but she saw through the truth. And now, he was like this again. How could she not understand his thoughts? When the awl is in the pouch, its edge will show itself. Now that the awl has pierced through the skin, I want to see how you're going to restrain yourself. It seemed that a great figure was going to appear in the 3 lower realms. Who knew where this senior brother's final destination was? Would she still have a chance to see it? Lu Xiaoyi once again went to the market square at the foot of Thousand Elegance Peak. He had prepared all the materials he needed to inscribe the hidden incense. This had practically emptied his entire fortune. Cultivation was a bottomless pit, and he still didn't know how he was going to make up for it in the future. After leaving the city square, he carefully reviewed his preparations for this trip. It would be best if he didn't forget anything. 2 sets of swordsmanship, the light of the Big Dipper and the Shunhu sword, 2 sword embryos and the corresponding materials. A set of boundless wave sand, and 10 baths of spirit-gathering sand. Sheep horn technique, tyrannical force, lofty mountain force, and weak water force. He chose the most of the force paths. It wasn't that he valued the force more than the sword spirit, but that he wasn't sure which force he could comprehend. He didn't know, so he chose more. It seemed that everything was ready. Lu Xiaoyi prepared to leave, but when he was high up in the sky, he suddenly remembered something he hadn't done yet. Yes, there was still a place to go. After leaving for 6 years, he finally came back. It would be rude if he didn't go and take a look. Thus, he found a small city in the mortal realm, gathered a large amount of food, and found a place where there was no one. Then, he disappeared. Ajiu was very sad and dissatisfied. Compared to Master, this guy didn't take it seriously at all. What right did he have? It wasn't surprised at all that this brat could break into the 5th ring ranking. This was nothing. Compared to Master, he was far inferior. At Master's stage, even if he didn't become the champion, he wouldn't be able to meet any opponents, right? This brat was only ranked 999th. He really lost Master's face. Of course, Ajiu didn't consider the difference between the 5th ring and the blue sky realm. Whether it was the number or the quality of the cultivators, they weren't on the same level. As a top existence in Shenyuan, it naturally had the right to know everything about Shenyuan. It didn't care about anything else, but it couldn't ignore this brat. After all, they had once worked together for the same master. It was also very clear that it didn't need to worry about this brat's development, but this brat lacked a very important thing, time. He didn't have the chance to safely pass the period of weakness in the domed mountain gate. He had to grow up in the wind and rain outside. What kind of bullshit ranking was this? What was the use of ranking? What could it prove? But it couldn't decide all of this. It couldn't even intervene in the internal affairs of Xuanyuan's sect. Although these swordsmen's disciples and disciples respected it very much on the surface, they didn't have the slightest bit of real power. Since it couldn't transfer this brat back, it could only go out with him. But this brat actually almost forgot about its existence. He only remembered it as Master Ju before leaving. This made Ajiu feel very hurt. It felt like it was underestimated. But fortunately, this brat still knew to bring things. So, it forgave him. Ajiu wasn't a person who held grudges. Lu Xiaoyi respectfully placed the food in the small farmhouse's courtyard. This place was good. Fortunately, there were no mosquitoes and mice, so there was no need to worry about being bitten by small creatures. Master Ju, Little Yi is here to see you. The sect's mission is involuntary and there's no other way. If Little Yi leaves again, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for 5 years. But for Master Ju, it's just a nap. Ajiu didn't like to hear this. Master, I don't like to sleep recently. I also want to go out for a walk. How about this? I'll go with you to town Marozian. Lu Xiaoyi hurriedly shook his hand. That won't do. When I return, the sect will sue me for stealing the sect's treasure. My small shoulders can't bear the consequences. But Ajiu was very insistent. It could see that this brat hadn't fully understood the benefits of staying in the world of 9 palaces. Or, he was afraid that there would be repercussions. It's settled then. Shenyuan can't control you, Master Ju. Besides, you're just bringing a tracking mark, not my real body. Who will know? Hurry up. Once I, 9th Elder, have returned your favor, I will be free and unrestrained. I won't be troubled by this matter. You don't know, 9th Elder hates owing people favors the most. If I don't return it, I won't feel at ease. Lu Xiaoyi was very speechless. How did it involve him? He knew that there must be a reason, but now was not the time to be serious. To be honest, he was really short of time. He needed to familiarize himself with swordsmanship, nurture the sword spirit, and comprehend the force. All of these required a lot of time. 12 hours a day wasn't enough. He decided to accept this kindness. Hopefully, in the end, this Master Ju wouldn't make any excessive requests, right? But in his opinion, with Master Ju's realm, even if he could help, he would at least need to be at the realm of Yuanying, right? Whether or not he could reach that stage was another matter. Why should he think of things as overly complicated? He already had a lot of doubts. The fate fragment was one, the birth of the sword spirit was another, and now, with Master Ju's inexplicable attitude, he didn't need to worry about it. Chapter 325. Finally, without any worries, Lu Xiaoyi left the dome and did not look back. He did not look for Yang Bo, because he knew this senior brother's temper. If he knew that he was going to Marozian town, he would definitely pressure the external sword through the Thunder Palace. They were all small fries, so there was no need for Yang Bo to do such a big favor. Moreover, Yang Bo was definitely at a critical stage now. It was a complete change in his state of mind, so it was not good to disturb him. Lu Xiaoyi used less than 2 months to finish his vacation. Senior sister was the same as him, drifting outside for 6 years. He could not bear to let someone else take her place. Even if she was a cultivator, she could not always be tense. She had to go back and relax. Stretching and relaxing was the right way to cultivate. You've finished your business? Why did the sect still send you here? The external sword disciples are all dead, so they can't send anyone else. Yang Cheng was very dissatisfied. She knew very well that it was very dangerous to guard Marozian town alone. It did not matter to others, but not to him. Lu Xiaoyi was grateful in his heart. This senior martial sister's face was cold, but her heart was warm. They had been together for 5 years, and their friendship had deepened day by day. He did not want this senior martial sister to accompany him here, and it would be dangerous. Everyone had to walk their own path. He had slowly gotten used to the rules of the fifth ring world. It can't be helped. I've already received the remuneration for guarding Marojiao town for 10 years in advance, but in fact, I've only been guarding here for 1 year before I was taken away by you guys. I've come back this time to make up for the remaining 9 years. Senior sister, you don't have to worry. The sect has other arrangements regarding the ranking. I won't fight alone. Yang Cheng was skeptical. The sect might have other arrangements, and this was not a lie. The so-called letting go did not include a situation where they would definitely be at a disadvantage. For example, when Lu Xiaoyi caused trouble in Minute Province, Yang Bo escorted him thousands of miles away. In many important places in the western regions, Shenyuan also had arrangements in the open and in the dark. Maybe there was a hidden one, a senior brother on the ranking hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. All right, but I'll go back and ask. If you dare to lie, I won't forgive you. Lu Xiaoyi smiled as he watched Smokey fly away on his sword. At their level, what could they get out of the sword energy rushing Heaven Pavilion? Not to mention the Thunder Palace. Finally, he was alone again. His own mountain, his own tower, his own spear point. He didn't visit those old acquaintances. They were just passers-by. They only knew each other because of Marozian town, so they would definitely be separated after leaving Marozian town. Why should they be so close? He had been scratching his head over the situation here. If a wooden pestle foolishly stayed here to cultivate, they would be caught one by one, and there would be no place to hide. However, if they ran far away, or went into the Wolf Ridge, in Senior Sister's words, they would be deserting the posts. This problem had been bothering him for a long time, but it was solved now. It was solved perfectly because of Lord Ju, Nine Palace World. He was still here, but he had gone to the Nine Palaces realm. This wasn't considered desertion, right? No one would be able to find him. Most importantly, he would feel at ease while cultivating. This was very important to a cultivator. There were only two aspects that he needed to cultivate in the framework of the main world. One was the main cultivation method of the Big Dipper scripture. Cultivating the Big Dipper scripture to this point, he was already close to the fast track. The number of stars he could borrow to cultivate was close to 100. The quantitative change was about to lead to a qualitative change. He didn't dare to say that he could advance 1,000 miles in a day, but at the very least, he was at the level of being relatively fast. This was actually the advantage of being a cultivator. The other was force. Force had to be comprehended in the main world. In the Nine Palaces realm, he could only comprehend Lord Ju's force. Outside the Nine Palaces realm, there was nothing. On the other hand, if he comprehended force in the main world, he could use it in any other space. This was the difference between the main world and the strange space. However, force didn't actually take up much time. It was the product of a flash of inspiration. It wasn't something that could be achieved by holding back for a long time. In general, he would still return to the main world for a period of time every day. This was also the only time he could encounter danger. He didn't plan to hide. Instead, he chose to face it naturally. Because after seeing Lord Ju's force, he understood a principle. If he got used to hiding, he would never be able to comprehend this psychological force. If he went a little deeper, he would never have his own sword heart. Just like when Guang Bei faced Jin Dan and Shan Xiao in the Earth's core cave, he couldn't retreat. He couldn't give up on his junior brother. As long as he retreated, his sword heart would be lost, and he wouldn't be able to recover it for the rest of his life. This was why his master, Jiyu Bo, said that this was his inevitable destination. Not only Guang Bei, but also all the ambitious swordsmen. Of course, this also included cultivators. It was the same principle. When he returned to the ancient pagoda, it was already 7 in the morning. The twice-daily time had passed. He picked up the locator that Lord Ju gave him and sent his spirit into it. The next moment, he appeared in the familiar little farmhouse's courtyard. It was exactly the same as before, except that the fragrant braised food was gone. Lord Ju, how many times is it now? Ju was very happy. This guy had finally turned the corner. In fact, if one counted the cultivators who eventually climbed to a high position in the cultivation world, who didn't have a special trump card? Especially in the Dharma Meridians, there were all kinds of strange alternate dimensions and treasures that could help one's cultivation. However, some stupid swordsmen didn't know how to make use of them. They thought that practicing diligently every day could make up for their lack of talent. In fact, even among swordsmen, one had to pay attention to opportunities and not just cultivate diligently. Cultivation was originally a very supernatural thing. If one didn't believe in supernatural things, then what was the point of cultivating? One only needed to know how to act appropriately. For example, one shouldn't foolishly cultivate in an alternate dimension. There was a great Tao in heaven and earth, and the Tao was in heaven and earth. Heaven and earth referred to a domain that was formed naturally and evolved over a long period of time. It was also called the Great Tao. Not every domain had a complete set of Great Tao. For example, on Lu Xiaoyi's home planet, Yuanying had never appeared. No one had the ability to fly out of the atmosphere and into the deep space of the universe. It wasn't just because of the thin spiritual opportunity. More importantly, the Great Tao's heaven and earth was incomplete. Therefore, even after a long period of time, there had never been an accident. There couldn't be an accident. The Great Tao's heaven and earth determined that a domain couldn't produce Yuanying. This was the basic knowledge of cultivation. Therefore, There wouldn't be a situation where someone was trapped in a certain dimension, buried himself in cultivation, and became famous in one day. Then, as soon as he left the dimension, the world would be shocked. The basic situation was that he would either die of old age or die of madness. There were no other possibilities. Now it's 3 times the time ratio. In the next few years, the ratio will increase. You're quite lucky, Arju said with a smile. Chapter 326. Lu Xiaoyi began to train his swordsmanship in the realm of 9 palaces. His stall was a little too big, but there was nothing he could do about it. Regarding Hidden Fragrance Sword Spirit's self-carving sword formation, Big Dipper, and Shen Yu's initial carving of sword formations, they were only the initial steps. After they succeeded, there was no need to continue. His most important cultivation in the realm of 9 palaces was the coordination of the 3 flying swords, as well as the education of the 3-sword spirit. Up until now, his methods of increasing the strength of the flying sword's attacks were mainly focused on 5 aspects. Cultivation. This was a slow and delicate work that could not be rushed. Carving more sword formations required the strength of the sword spirits as a prerequisite. The fulcrum of imbalance, striving to evolve the sword spirits of 4 seasons and Ju City from an imbalance of 4 to 6 to an imbalance of 3 to 7. Wave-bursting slopes' effect on the cultivation of the sword spirits was not only to strengthen the sword spirits themselves, but also to bring about further changes to the imbalance and carve more sword formations. Momentum. This was also the only aspect that he did not have a schedule for. He needed to depend on the weather. Placing the heavenly cleansing sand in front of him, Lu Xiaoyi followed the instructions of the wave-bursting sand technique and used his mental energy to circle back and forth in his sea of consciousness. When it was about time, he suddenly released his mental energy and made contact with the soul-gathering sand. He watched as this incomparably precious mental energy material in the cultivation world slowly melted under the effect of mental energy and disappeared. Then, it appeared in his sea of consciousness. The heavenly cleansing sand that appeared in his sea of consciousness presented a structural material that could be condensed at any time, but it did not have any burden on the cultivator's sea of consciousness. It was very magical. According to the instructions of the wave-bursting slopes technique, a sand dam slowly took shape and condensed. Finally, it formed a 13-layer stepped sand dam, tall and majestic, with a myriad of phenomena. From the feeling, it seemed that each step of the sand dam was several hundred feet tall, simple and vigorous, and indestructible. But this was just a feeling. It was the appearance of the cultivator's mental energy in the sea of consciousness. If you thought it was 10 million feet tall, it would be 10 million feet tall. If you thought it was as small as a mustard seed, it would be a mustard seed. It had nothing to do with the size of a person's head. Carefully searching this tall 13-layer sand dam, looking for possible holes in the sand. After repeating this 3 times, he confirmed that the dam was firm and indestructible. At this point, the embryonic form of Bo Langslope was completed. Lu Xiaoyi gathered 4 seasons, Ju Cheng, and Hidden Fragrance into his sea of consciousness and looked around. These 3 fellows were naturally not strangers in his sea of consciousness. In another space in his sea of consciousness, they had to cover up a certain cloud for their master almost every day, but today was a little different. What appeared in front of the 3 sword spirits was an incomparably majestic and seemingly insurmountable dam. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled and activated his skill. In an instant, the entire sand dam seemed to come alive. Under the support of his powerful spiritual power, it formed surging sand waves that swept towards the 3-sword spirit. The 3 little fellows turned around and ran, but in Lu Xiaoyi's sea of consciousness, where could they run to? This was a sealed space in his sea of consciousness. Besides the 3 of them, besides this sand dam and the endless sand waves, they had nowhere else to go. The impact of the sand waves grew stronger and stronger, making the 3-sword spirits feel as if they would be torn apart by the sand waves. At this time, the tyrannical resistance that was deeply rooted in the sword spirits' personalities emerged. 4 seasons had followed him the longest and was the first to stop running and face the sand waves head-on. Lu Xiaoyi issued a timely order. 4 seasons' sword whistled and his body turned into sword energy, rushing against the surging sand wave. Following closely, Zhu Cheng and Hidden Fragrance followed. Lu Xiaoyi's plan to raise the sword spirits had officially begun. 2 years later, Four Seasons and Zhu Cheng's sword spirits crossed the first dam of wave-bursting slope and began to attack the second dam. What followed was the strength of the sword spirits. They began to change the balance of the 3 to 7 pivot points and once again began to carve sword arrays. Now, Four Seasons already had 10 layers of flying swords and Zhu Cheng had 9 layers. Hidden Fragrance had just begun and was still floating on the 7th layer. Under the correct training method, the power of his flying swords had improved by leaps and bounds. Unlike those normal swordsmen who relied solely on their flying swords and sword arrays to improve their cultivation, Lu Xiaoyi's method went straight to the core and was much more varied. No one could make the flying swords turn the world upside down in one go. Not a swordsman, not a Dharma cultivator. Both required a gradual and painstaking process of cultivation. Only in this way could the improvement be sustained, healthy, and in line with the laws of Taoism. This required a lot of time and effort, and he chose to do it in the Nine Palaces world. In the main world, he also had methods to improve his sword skills, cultivation, and power. Up until now, the stars in the Big Dipper constellation scripture were close to 100. This allowed his cultivation to enter the fast track. Now, his cultivation was stable at the middle stage of foundation establishment. According to this speed, he would reach the late stage within 10 years and provide the most solid foundation for his flying sword. Cultivation was of the utmost importance in battle. It meant explosive power, endurance, and the ability to control more flying swords or magic weapons at the same time. Relatively speaking, swordsmen valued explosive power more, while Dharma cultivators valued endurance more. This was the difference between different orthodoxies. Dharma cultivators focused more on grinding and stability, seeking to avoid mistakes before striking out with a surprise attack. On the other hand, swordsman was more of a one-time deal. After the explosive power, one had to consider the problem of retreat. When Lu Xiaoyi reached the late stage of foundation establishment, he would not be at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. Coupled with his other methods of strengthening his flying swords, the power of his flying swords would reach a terrifying level. This was his goal. But now, he was still lacking power. But after 2 years, he had been badly battered in terms of power. Power of the lofty mountain. He knew the mountain, but the mountain did not know him. Power of the weak water. He knew the water, but the water did not know him. He had some understanding of the sheep horn technique, but he could not break through it. It was as if there was always a layer of fog. Power of the overbearing power. This required battle and the cooperation of opponents. It was not something one person could comprehend alone. Within a year, there were no messy disturbances and no challenges. But he knew that this was not because others had forgotten about him. Instead, it was because the spread of news and the search for him required time. In the cultivation world, those who had been around for many years were wise people. It was very difficult to use the tactic of adding fuel to the fire. Cultivators would come forward one by one, from low to high, from weak to strong, and take the initiative to feed their opponent, and then nurture them into a strong opponent that could not be dealt with. In the cultivation world, the way to deal with opponents was more inclined to finish them off once and for all. Although Jindan cultivators could not be mobilized, it was necessary to find strong foundation establishment cultivators. Who would give you a chance to slap your opponent in the face for no reason? Lu Xiaoyi estimated that in less than 2 years, before the 5 Rings Foundation Establishment Hero's role was updated again, he would definitely see the result. Chapter 327. He tried his best not to let the waiting affect his cultivation. Time continued to pass calmly, but the boots never touched the ground. He was beginning to understand that what was important to him was nothing in the eyes of the big sects and powers. People like them, including Smokey, might think that killing a Supreme and 3 Pure Ones cultivator was a big deal, but in the eyes of people at a higher level, it was just one of the hundreds of deaths that occurred every year in the Sword Range and Dharma Range. This was a way for the big sects to train the low-level cultivators. There would be no organized revenge. They would only deal with it when the time was right. He was thinking too much. Do you want a change of environment? Fighting with different types of Dharma cultivators? Maybe this will help you improve your combat experience. One day, after Lu Xiaoyi finished his cultivation, Ajiu tempted him. Lu Xiaoyi was very vigilant. Is it for you, Lord Ju, or for a training ground? Are you the one who sent me there? Who is the opponent? How did I come back? After listening to this kid's series of questions, Ajiu knew that this matter was troublesome. It wanted to replicate its master's success on this kid because even after tens of thousands of years, it still didn't understand the human cultivation system very well. What it could do was limited, and it could only follow the rules. This was the only thing it could do. It's not for me. What do I need a small foundation establishment like you to do for me? If I want, there are a lot of high-level swordsmen willing to help me. It's another world. Yes, your body can't go there. Only your spiritual body can go there. You'll be a pagoda spirit in a space similar to a pagoda. You'll be responsible for measuring the true level of human cultivators. You'll never be in danger. There will be countless opponents of all kinds. Lu Xiaoyi understood a little. It was a little like a dream. The spiritual body was there, but the physical body wasn't. There might be some experience left, but other than that, is this your request, Lord Ju? Ajiu was a little discouraged. It's not a request, and it has nothing to do with me. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. I'm just providing you with this opportunity. Lu Xiaoyi thought about it. His tone was gentle, but his attitude was firm. Lord Ju, I don't want to go, because what I lack now is not combat experience, but combat strength. If my mind goes there, my body won't be able to go there. This means that I won't be able to improve my cultivation. His body couldn't be improved either. Other than experience, I can't think of anything I can improve in the areas you mentioned. What I need to cultivate right now is my cultivation, sword spirit, psyche, and so on. These can't be separated from my body, so. Ajiu was disappointed and frustrated. He also knew that times had changed. Cultivation could not be replicated. Back then, when it sent its master over, it was a very natural thing to do. It was forced to do so. At that time, it was only a small foundation establishment spiritual treasure. But now, it was no longer the same as before. The marks left behind by the axe were too obvious. Moreover, there were no ferocious serious people in that place, only tranquility. The test was no longer a test of life and death. Instead, it was a test of mutual appreciation. It was truly the style of the upper realm. In terms of danger, it could not be compared to the current fifth ring. Humans could only train themselves in dangerous adversity. From this point of view, this kid's choice was not wrong at all. It realized that even though it had lived for tens of thousands of years, its trump cards were still very limited. Even for a small foundation establishment spiritual treasure, it was not of much help. This made it very discouraged. Although it was still very young among the spiritual treasures, it felt that it was a little old and useless. You should carry the locator with you at all times. When you're in danger, you can hide in it. In the fifth ring, there aren't many who can find you. Lu Xiaoyi thanked it sincerely, but he had his own thoughts. Of course I'll carry the locator with me. I have all my belongings with me, but Lord Ju, you should know that it takes a certain amount of time to use it. Moreover, if I use it as my last resort, then my achievements in swordsmanship will forever be limited. I'm not a one-track mind. If I'm surrounded by a large number of opponents, I don't mind using my last resort. But if I still have a chance, I shouldn't rely on my last resort. It's not good for my cultivation. Ajiu was speechless. Lu Xiaoyi rejected Ajiu's good intentions. It was not entirely because he did not trust Lord Ju. Lord Ju had stayed in Shenyuan for tens of thousands of years. Why would he want to slander a small foundation establishment spiritual treasure? He just habitually did not want to take advantage of others too much. He did not want to leave too many favors behind. This would make him involuntarily. He could reject Lord Ju's invitation, but he could not reject the sect's order. After coming to Marozian town for nearly 8 years, the ancient tower array sent him the following message for the first time. Anding City, Chunshu de Oist, a Foundation establishment disciple of Wn Jingliu, intends to surrender. This matter is related to the division of the Red River Valley's mercury lead mining. You are ordered to receive him quickly without delay. The following was the specific background of this mission. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. He actually wanted to ask if the time for this mission would be deducted from the mission of guarding Marozian town. Anding City was a small city in the western regions. In terms of influence, it was within the influence of Wan Jingliu. In terms of geographical location, it was indeed not far from Marozian town. If they were in a hurry, it was reasonable to send him to take action nearby. Marozian town was originally one of the few places in Xuanyuan's sphere of influence that bordered Wolf Ridge. It was a lonely place that protruded forward. To the east was Wolf Ridge, to the north was Jiolan's sphere of influence, and not far south was Wn Jingliu's sphere of influence. Anding City did not have anything unusual. It was also an area where Shenyuan and Wn Jingliu's sphere of influence intersected. It was under the control of Wan Jingliu. However, there was a river valley near Anding City called the Red River Valley. It was unknown before, but recently, there was a rumor that it contained rich mercury lead resources, so there was a dispute. The location of the Red River Valley was very tricky. It was right at the intersection of the two forces, so the problem of how to mine it was tested by the vision of both sides. Was there more underground mineral deposits in Shenyuan? How about the distribution? Or was there more at Wn Jingliu's side? How about the trend of the mineral veins? This would decide the problem of the distribution of the mineral deposit. The place was not big, so it was very difficult for both sides to mine their own mines. This would easily lead to disputes on the distribution of benefit. In the Five-Ring continent, there were many precedents like this. This was because the mining of minerals was entrusted to mortals. For the sake of their own benefits, the conflict between the two sides was almost irreconcilable. Armed fights and gang fights were common. If someone really died, naturally they would have to look for their own mother. Yes, the cultivation forces. Then between the cultivation forces, was it possible to have another war between the cultivation sects because of the mortals' deaths and injuries? Small forces could do this, but for large forces like Shenyuan and Wn Jingliu, it was completely unacceptable. Therefore, in this kind of situation, the more popular method was to let a mortal merchant be in charge of mining, and the two cultivation sects would divide the profits proportionally. The problem was, who would get more? Who would get less? Chapter 328. P.S. Wen Wu threw a bomb at the old man and made him unable to sleep. He cooked 2 eggs and is now fighting for his life. Please support me with your monthly votes and subscriptions. Mercury and lead were essential materials in the cultivation world. However, these materials were relatively low-level and common, so their value was very ordinary. They were not like some precious mineral deposits or spirit stone mines, which required people to fight for them to the death. The problem was that, for a cultivation sect, one of the most important principles was, I can ignore it, but I can't let my opponent get it for free. Originally, it wouldn't take much effort for a high-level cultivator to figure out the distribution of underground mineral deposits. However, due to the ordinary mineral deposits, high-level cultivators disdained them, and the purpose of cultivating the ability of young disciples, no high-level cultivator was willing to come to Qingshui. This was a tacit agreement between all the major cultivation sects. As for how to divide the mineral deposits, it was up to the low-level disciples to fight for it. Wn Jingliu was the first to discover the mercury and lead mine, so they knew the whole distribution of the mineral deposits very well. Later, the paper couldn't hide the fire, so Shenyuan got involved. However, they also lost the opportunity and were about to suffer a loss in the distribution of the mineral deposits. According to the rules of the game, there wasn't much that could be done about it. However, there was a problem within Wan Jingliu's own sect. One of the cultivators, Chunshu, had a conflict with his own sect due to personal matters, so he wanted to join Xuanyuan's side. The key to his promotion was the detailed distribution of the mineral veins. He spread the news through a certain channel, but cleverly didn't reveal the secret of the mineral deposits. One was to protect himself, and the other was to advance. He asked Shenyuan to send someone to pick him up, because he felt that he had been suspected. Lu Xiaoyi received such a task. He was to bring Chun Shu back to Shenyuan. He didn't need to go back to the dome. As long as he could return to Xuanyuan's sphere of influence, someone would naturally take over. In theory, he was definitely not the most suitable person, but he was probably the closest person to Nding City, had a certain level of strength, and was on the ranking list. If Wn Jingliu and the traitor were killed together, that would be a disgrace. This kind of trivial matter was very annoying. To cultivators, the most annoying thing was this kind of mission to protect people. There were all kinds of restrictions on one's hands and feet, so it was better to go to the enemy's hinterland and kill people to their heart's content. Although he was a little dissatisfied, Lu Xiaoyi quickly set off on his journey. He knew very well that no matter what he thought, he could not avoid this kind of mission. In terms of missions alone, it was better to get it done as soon as possible. There was no room for delay. From Spear-Tip Town to the south, Nding Town was 3,000 miles away. For the current him, it would take him 6 hours to get there. He put on a cloak to cover his eye-catching sword sheath, but he quickly discovered that this thing was not very useful. Go for a ride. Riding on a horse with a cloak fluttering in the wind was very handsome, but flying in the air was very silly. The excessive speed made the cloak of ordinary materials feel like it would tear at any time. Moreover, the sword sheath on his back was even more eye-catching. That damned cloak fluttered cheerfully, as if telling others to quickly come and see, there is a sword sheath hidden under the cloak. Without any other choice, he could only put away the sword sheath. He did not have the mental misophobia of many external swords. He swore that he would never take off the sword sheath in his life to show that he would never leave the sword sheath and share honor and disgrace with the sword. Carrying out this kind of mission and entering the sphere of influence of another power while carrying a sword sheath on his back was not necessarily a path to death, but it was definitely a path to failure. Right now, he looked like a spell cultivator as he swaggered through the air. How carefree was that? He did not have to worry about being interrogated at any time and place. He could enjoy the scenery of the lakes and mountains to his heart's content. After flying for almost 2 hours, just as he was about to leave Xuanyuan's sphere of influence, a figure rapidly approached from the side. It was the sword control technique. Lu Xiaoyi knew that things were not good. He moved quickly and already had the sword sheath on his body. When the figure's flying sword was less than 500 feet away from him, the Four Seasons sword collided head-on with the sword's gleam. This was a reckless inner sword. He complained, "Senior brother, didn't you ask clearly before you sent out the sword? You even cut down your own people." The swordsman made a beautiful turn in the air and stared at him with disdain. Have external swords fallen to such a state? You don't even dare to carry a sword sheath when you go out on a mission? In the inner sword, not everyone was like Guangbei. Lu Xiaoyi was very touched by this. There were arrogant and conceited people everywhere, who regarded the rise and fall of the sect as their own responsibility. It was not strange at all that they would force their own will on others. He pointed in the direction he was going. It's inconvenient. I've shamed Shenyuan. But if external swords could hide their flying swords in the Niwen Palace like your inner swords, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. The swordsman's eyebrows rose. What? You're not convinced after I said a few words to you? Is it our choice to hide our Niwen Palace in the Niwen Palace? But I can tell you that if we were an inner swordsman and an external sword, we would never hide our weapons and hide our heads and tails. Lu Xiaoyi said indifferently, I just want to say that you shouldn't judge others from your own point of view. Your habits are not other people's habit. When senior brother has the right to speak one day, I'll add another rule to the sect's rules. Those who do not carry a sword sheath will be expelled from the sect. I, your junior brother, will carry it everywhere I go. The inner swordsman became even more fierce. I am Guang Yao. Who are you? Which peak are you on? Who is your master? What is your purpose here? I suspect that your actions are improper. I need to investigate thoroughly before I can let you go. He was angry out of humiliation. Perhaps it was because Lu Xiaoyi's tone was disrespectful, but he was a little dissatisfied with this mission. Even his mood was a little irritable. For cultivators, this was not something they should do. But since they were just foundation establishment cultivators, they had too many experiences to go through. There was always the possibility that they would occasionally lose their composure. Lu Xiaoyi ignored him and continued forward. Senior brother has no right to ask about my background during a mission. If you really want to know, why don't you go to Soaring Heaven Pavilion or Thunder Palace? You can also accuse me of not carrying a sword sheath. Seeing him leave without a care, the inner swordsman narrowed his eyes. He couldn't stop him. They were not subordinate to each other. In theory, in Shenyuan sword sect, the internal and external swords were equal. This was the correct way of cultivation. But he didn't want to let it go. A young disciple of an external sword dared to look down on the dignity of an internal sword. This was something that rarely happened. He wanted to see what this guy's so-called mission was. Of course, he didn't doubt the true identity of this young external swordsman. It was not uncommon for external swords to take off their sword sheaths when they were outside. The sect also tacitly allowed it. Due to the lack of strength, blindly following tradition would only bring them extra trouble. This kind of situation was rarer as one's cultivation level increased. It was not easy to follow a swordsman in the same cultivation level, but he had his own way. Chapter 329. What a loathsome guy. Lu Xiaoyi quickly tossed his unhappiness aside. He had already entered Wn Jingliu's territory, so he had to be careful. In the 5 ring continents, the cultivation world had always followed some ancient unspoken rules. These unspoken rules were divided into 2 parts, the void of the universe and the realm. High-level cultivators, such as Yuanying and above, had their stage in the void of the universe. Their opponents were the countless forces in the outer realms that were hostile to the 5 ring continents. Because the 5 ring continents were always on the move, such enemies would always exist. When the old left, new ones would come. The living environment of the 5 ring continents determined the coexistence of high-level cultivators in the void of the universe. They basically appeared as a whole, cooperating and helping each other. Once they reached a certain level, they would naturally understand everything that had happened before, and the grudges from their youth on the 5 ring continents would slowly fade away. They all understood one fact: the small conflicts on the 5 ring continents were preparation for the big fight in the void of the universe. If they didn't understand this, they wouldn't be able to reach a high enough level. The realm was the stage for low-level cultivators. No Yuanying perfected person would fight here, because they would fight their own home. The destructive power of high-level cultivators was extraordinarily terrifying. Therefore, surviving in the scheming against each other was actually to nurture the ability of low-level cultivators. They didn't want to raise a bunch of trash. Their cultivation level seemed good, but once they went out into the void of the universe, they would be caught unprepared by the elites of the other realms. Therefore, although it was called an unspoken rule, its binding force was deeply rooted. It was even stricter than some sect rules that were written on paper. Of course, nothing was absolute. There would always be differences. Large forces and sects would be more disciplined. Small sects and small sects might be more lax. This was tolerable, because small sects and small sects had a more difficult survival environment. The relationships between large forces were also very complicated. The unspoken rules were also different. For example, a few big forces were somewhat presumptuous. Wushang, Sanqing, and Shenyuan were separated by Wolf's Ridge. They weren't in the same region, but their strength was similar. They also had grudges from tens of thousands of years ago. Therefore, when they faced each other, they were each other's whetstones and played more crazily. On the other hand, Shenyuan and Wn Jingliu, who were in the same region, were in a gentler situation. They were all in the western regions, and their strength was slightly different. There were not many historical grudges between them, so they were more restrained. This was also the reason why Lu Xiaoyi was not too worried. There was always room to maneuver. In the world of cultivation, the border between two forces was not as heavily guarded as it was in the mortal world. There was an army stationed there, and no one was allowed to enter. The border between the forces in the world of cultivation was hidden. There were no boundary markers, no soldiers patrolling. For ordinary mortals, this was a non-existent border. There were also no cultivators patrolling the area. As he neared an city, the beautiful scenery around the city made him sigh in admiration, especially the Red River not far from the city. It was a medium-sized river with 9 bends and 8 twists and turns. There were countless villages and small towns on both sides of the Red River, all of which were nourished by the Red River. The river was not deep and was so clear that the bottom could be seen. Fish and shrimps played in the water, and birds flocked together. It was like a beautiful picture scroll, gradually unfolding in front of his eyes. The Red River was not long, only a few hundred miles. Later, it would merge into another big river. However, within these few hundred miles, there were countless ordinary mortals who relied on it to live. This kind of livable environment was much more comfortable than the so-called city. The Red River Valley was the source of the Red River. After the surrounding mountains and snow melted, they gathered here and meandered into a river. The mercurylide mine was in the Red River Valley. Lu Xiaoyi's target was not the mine in the Red River Valley, but an city. This was also the place where several cultivators from WN Jingliu were stationed to investigate the distribution of mineral resources. They had been here for some time, but because of the wrangling with Shen Yuan, they could not start work for a long time. He did not know Chun Shu, nor did he have the time to understand this person. His responsibility was to take people away, not to judge right and wrong. He had a very clear understanding of this. After entering the city, there was a tall tower in the center of the city. This was very common in the cultivation world. Generally, it was the symbol of a guarding sect. Outside the tower, there were 2 pairs of stone lions. One of them was lame, probably because it had been exposed to the wind and the sun for a long time and had not been repaired for a long time. Perhaps it was the result of an accident. When Lu Xiaoyi passed by the lame lion, his hand inadvertently touched the lion's buttocks, leaving a simple spiritual imprint. This was the secret signal that Chun Shu entrusted to Shen Yuan. When he passed by and saw this secret signal, it proved that Xuanyuan's people had arrived, and he could prepare to escape. Everything seemed to be perfect, at least for now. He was not in the mood for sightseeing. The timing was not right. Moreover, to be honest, the difference between Anding City and the Red River Valley outside was like heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. After retreating from the north gate, Lu Xiaoyi found a small hillside where he could see Anding City in the distance. He would wait here for the Wanjing school cultivator called Chun Shu. He hoped that he would not be too late. If he was late, he would be caught by the sect. Lu Xiaoyi was still waiting outside bitterly. This was a very careful escape from the north. However, in Lu Xiaoyi's mind, any plan made in advance would have variables, not to mention that this escapee's action plan had been handled by others. As far as he knew, it was unknown whether the person entrusted by Chun Shu was reliable, and whether the news had been kept secret after it reached Shen Yuan. The safest thing was to make a last-minute decision. Unfortunately, they could not do it. At the beginning of the afternoon, a figure floated out from the wall of the north gate, which was not very high. Lu Xiaoyi sighed again. If it was him who escaped, he would not choose such a time and in such a way. Since he had not been discovered for the time being, why didn't he come out with others when the city gate was not closed? The night was a kind of cover for mortals, but it was basically meaningless for cultivators. In the middle of the night, he climbed over the wall. He was just short of telling others that he was sneaking around here and they should come and catch him. This was completely different from the relatively delicate action plan before. It seemed that this cultivator was also an armchair strategist and did not have much practical experience. From his participation in this kind of mission to explore mineral veins, it could be roughly seen that this person's cultivation direction should belong to the category of cultivators who were subsidized. Cultivators in this direction faced relatively less pressure in the process of cultivation because they were not competitive and had skills. The difficulty was that when they went out, their fighting capacity was not strong. Powerful and confident cultivators would choose to escape by themselves instead of pinning their hopes on others. Lu Xiaoyi did not immediately go up to meet him. Instead, he carefully observed this person's every move and whether there were other fluctuations of spiritual vigor behind him. It was not until this Taoist looked around and passed by the hill where he was and made sure that there were no pursuers behind him that Lu Xiaoyi went out to meet him. "Follow me. Run as fast as you can." Chapter 330. Lu Xiaoyi tried his best to treat it as a simple mission. The key was speed. As long as he could reach Xuanyuan's territory, he would be out of danger. However, the Daoist was very vigilant. He dodged to a distance and refused to follow him. Lu Xiaoyi immediately realized where the problem lay. The Daoist didn't trust him because he didn't carry the sword case or use the sword control technique. "Let's go. I can't carry the sword case to help you. In that case, I'll carry Xuanyuan's banner. You asked me to leave the mark of a turtle on a lion's body. Is that your preference? You can like turtles, but you can't have a personality like one, right?" He didn't speak politely, but he said everything he needed to say. The Daoist's suspicions were finally cleared and he started to follow him. "Head northwest as fast as you can. Don't worry about whether I can keep up or not." Lu Xiaoyi didn't want to ask anything now. He just wanted to make the mission as simple as possible. He would leave the complicated missions to those people who worked in the mines. When a battle swordsman from a battle sect competed in speed with a Dharma Meridian cultivator, the gap between them was immediately apparent. Lu Xiaoyi was a little helpless as he followed behind. He couldn't urge the Daoist to fly because he didn't rely on magic tools to fly, but on the hundreds of stars in his perception. According to this speed, the return journey would take 10 to 10 hours, which meant that there were countless possibilities. Lu Xiaoyi started to regret. He should have gotten a faster flying magic tool. Nothing was absolute, and he couldn't fly alone forever. Since he was destined to move slowly, he also let go of this thought. If he couldn't rely on speed, then he should at least grasp more information, right? "When you came out, did your companions notice?" Chun Shu was also a little nervous. "I'm not sure. Since they didn't stop me, they probably didn't know, right?" That made sense. However, Lu Xiaoyi wasn't asking about this. "Did anything strange happen between you and your companions these days? Is there anything you feel is not quite right?" Chun Shu thought for a moment. "I don't think so. They're just very sympathetic to my experience. Recently, they've rarely assigned me to mine. So, I think that since I've come out, the biggest danger has passed. At this time, everyone is cultivating. Who would take care of other cultivators?" Lu Xiaoyi couldn't get anything valuable out of him, so he had to give up. Maybe this was just a simple mission? Just like the hundreds of quests issued by the visitation hall every day? What Lu Xiaoyi didn't expect was that after flying for several hundred kilometers, the interceptor didn't come from behind, but from the front. Brilliant light, the inner sword that had once caused trouble for him, appeared in front of him. Chun Bei could not help but stop and let Lu Xiaoyi in front of him. This instinct made Lu Xiaoyi speechless. Shenyuan disciples are not allowed to interfere with each other during missions, unless the mission taker asks for help. Senior Marshal Brother has repeatedly hindered me from completing my mission. What is his motive? I will report this to the Thunder Palace. Senior Marshal Brother, please don't blame me for not warning you. Brilliant looked indifferent. The psychological advantage of an inner sword in front of an outer sword had to be incisively and vividly displayed. I'm just following you to take a look. I won't affect your mission. If something happens, maybe I can even help you. As for the Thunder Palace, Junior Marshal Brother can do whatever you want. A swordsman who has not been punished by the Thunder Palace is not a real swordsman. The flying team became 3 people. Guang Bei's standard flying sword technique, Lu Xiaoyi's authentic starlight escape, and Chun Shu's standard levitation technique were put together. No matter how one looked at it, they didn't seem to fit together. They flew above the Red River. This beautiful river was like a jade belt, shining brightly under the stars in the night sky. Before they reached 1,000 kilometers, Brilliant chuckled. Junior Marshall Brother? There are pursuers coming from behind. Do you need Senior Marshall Brother to help you? Don't worry, I don't need the Thunder Palace's permission. Lu Xiaoyi became more and more impatient. Senior Marshall Brother, don't think that I can't do anything to you. Yes, I can't speak for the Thunder Palace, but I do know a few Jindan elders. Marshal Uncle Jiyu Bo of Fan Lu and Hall Master Jiyu Gang of Ascension Hall are all influential. Guang Yarrow laughed heartily. Master Fan is not Marshal Uncle Jiyu Po. Marshal Uncle Jiyu Gang is only a Vice Hall Master, not a Hall Master. What, Junior Marshal Brother, are you exaggerating on purpose? Or are you suspecting that I'm here to test you? Neither of them took the pursuers seriously. Only Chun Shu was nervous, but he didn't want to remind them. The pursuer was a young Daoist. He was dressed like a typical Daoist disciple, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. Although he was facing 3 opponents, 2 of which were swordsmen, he didn't shrink back at all. Chun Shu shouted from afar, Junior Marshal Brother Li Shong, you and I have met a few times. The sect owes me, and I'm just looking for another way to make a living. Is it worth it for Junior Marshal Brother to chase me to death? Then he turned to Lu Xiaoyi. Be careful, you two. This person is ranked 719th on the Foundation Establishment ranking list. His methods are ruthless, and he's a true disciple of Wen Jingliu. Lu Xiaoyi stepped forward. This was his mission, so of course, he was the main character. He wasn't excited to go up and prove his strength just because 99,999 met 7199, even if this was a good opportunity. He was someone who abided by the rules. What's done can't be undone. People are free to go their separate ways and don't disturb each other. Wen Jingliu doesn't make a difference, and Shenyuan doesn't make a difference. Why bother? Li Shong looked at him coldly. That's what all those who take advantage of others say. If you and I were in different positions, would you tolerate a Shenyuan disciple running away like this to seek refuge with someone else? He even has secrets related to the sect's interests. Don't talk too much. Don't you, Shenyuan, always use your hands faster than your mouth? His figure flashed, and he was about to force Chun Shu. Lu Xiaoyi was helpless. He knew that this was just a bluff, so he could only block with his sword. The 4 seasons flew out, and they were very sharp. Li Shong put his hand vertically, and with himself as the center, it formed a kind of enchantment space. The space wasn't small, and it had a radius of 1,000 feet. It was one of the famous Wen Jingliu's Wen Jingliu, Shouyang Jingliu. Wen Jingliu was a relatively special orthodoxy. Their cultivation and fighting relied on the scenery, just like the swordsman relied on the sword. The scenery looked like an enchantment, but it was actually very different. The enchantment was external, and it didn't have a common connection with the cultivator. It could be destroyed or abandoned. In fact, it was a range type of spell that could last for a period of time. Scenery, on the other hand, was different. With the cultivator as the center, it fused all of the cultivator's mana and mental strength within, sharing weal and woe. The cultivators of the myriad scenery sect cultivated and battled within the scenery. It was a little like the world within the palm of Buddhism. Therefore, the cultivators of Wen Jingliu didn't use magic tools, nor did they draw talismans. Everything they had was in the scenery. If you broke the scenery, you would break the person. It was also because of this that they had deep attainments in their own scenery, and they were the only masters of the scenery. Moreover, they didn't just have one scenery. Chapter 331. Lu Xiaoyi's flying sword dashed left and right in the Shouyang scenery, but it could not achieve any result. It was as if he could not kill the owner of the scenery in this space. But it did not matter, he still had other flying swords. The Big Dipper and Shun Wu swords were released, cooperating with the main flying sword 4 seasons to form a wave of attacks. However, the problem was that these 2 flying swords were too weak. One was at the 4th layer while the other was at the 5th layer. Their power could not be compared to the 4 seasons. Under such a battle situation, Li Shang was able to handle it with ease. Chun Shu was still running, so he could easily lead Chun Shu while he was running. As for the external sword behind him, he was indifferent. This was within Li Shang's expectations. This swordsman's strength was completely in line with the strength of a young swordsman who had just joined the sect a few decades ago. Most of his skills were on the main flying sword, while the 2 supplementary swords were not yet formed. They were mainly used for harassment and were not very useful. The reason why he maintained such an offensive and defensive posture was because he did not want to excessively provoke his opponent and find a chance to kill Chun Shu in one strike. Because the one he was really afraid of was the internal sword who was standing at the side and watching the show. 10,000 sceneries. The so-called 10,000 sceneries was just a description, but it did not really mean that there were 10,000 sceneries. Of course, when a cultivator reached a certain level, he could do as he pleased. There were tens of thousands of sceneries, even hundreds of thousands of sceneries. It was just a kind of free combination under the state of Tao. However, in the middle and lower levels of cultivators, the sceneries they could use were fixed. Even someone as strong as Li Shang had only mastered 6 sceneries after decades of cultivation. Just these 6 sceneries were enough for him to stand among the 5 rings. This was the foundation of a top-notch sect. The Shouyang scenery was just a normal scenery, both offensive and defensive. Its biggest advantage was that it could change sceneries very quickly. It could be changed into the sceneries at any time with a thought. In fact, he did not need to change sceneries to counterattack this external sword. He only needed to mobilize the depth of the sceneries and release the pure yang qi to make the external sword flustered. However, there was no need for that. He was an experienced fighter. He knew that in this kind of situation where he was outnumbered, he had to figure out what his goal was. He had to seize the core and achieve victory in one strike. Only then could he advance and retreat freely, and not force himself into an awkward situation where he was fighting 3 people at once. Since there was a weak noob entangling with him, why not continue to entangle him? This was the true essence of a group battle. Grab hold of a weak opponent and wait for an opportunity to strike. He only had one goal, pure book. Dazzling was very depressed as he watched from the side. It must be said that the ability of this external sword was considered very good at the same level of cultivation. However, under the strength of the opponent's strength ranking, it was clearly a little powerless. There was no way to attack. Therefore, he laughed at the side. Junior brother, if you can't, then you can't. It's not embarrassing to say it out loud. If the sect finds out that I stood by and did nothing while my fellow sect members were on a mission, then I would really have to accept the punishment. Lu Xiaoyi didn't say a word. His attacks became even more ferocious. Brilliant Light was also an experienced player. Just by looking at him, it was obvious that he would take the risk to close in. This was not a good idea. WN Jing Liu's Jing was least afraid of close combat. In his Jing Liu's Jing Liu, even if you had a lot of skills, how much of it could you use? The current state of the few people was very strange. Pure Book was only focused on running away. He was very clear about the ability of his junior brother. Moreover, he didn't understand why he chased after him. Therefore, he completely threw the pressure to the 2 Shenyuan swordsmen. Li Shang was looking for an opportunity to close in on Pure Book. With 2 swordsmen beside him, there weren't many opportunities like this. Moreover, it would be very short. He needed to seize the opportunity to strike. More importantly, he needed to guard against the sudden attack of the internal sword. Would a swordsman fight one-on-one? That was a legend. Dazzling was constantly adjusting his position so that he could instantly appear in the best position to attack. Li Shang was always on guard against him. He also knew that he might not be able to kill this powerful WN Jing Liu. However, with this external sword, everything was possible. This external sword wasn't very willing to cooperate, but it didn't matter. The moment he went all out, it would be the best time for him to strike. Lu Xiaoyi didn't seem to be aware of this strange atmosphere. He continued to attack more and more fiercely. Since everyone was here, It was time to end it. After one attack, the Four Seasons flying sword lost its sense of direction and flew away from Li Shang. This had happened a few times before, but it was difficult to control the sword due to the long distance. However, this time, Lu Xiaoyi suddenly disappeared without a trace. Heaven Measuring Sword Ruler. Li Shang had been paying close attention to the movements of the two swordsmen. Even if the Four Seasons flying sword was far away from him, he still didn't let down his guard. He left a trace of his spiritual sense to track the flying sword. When the Four Seasons flying sword showed a subtle change, he made a prompt decision and immediately changed his position from the Shouyong Jing to the back Yin Jing. Between the Yang and Yin, there was a subtle change in his position, which just happened to let Lu Xiaoyi suddenly get close to him. At this moment, the brilliant light fell and the sword light soared to the sky, directly attacking Li Shang, who was changing his position. At the same time, the Four Seasons pounced back under the control of Lu Xiaoyi, who had rushed over. When the Four Seasons passed by him, no one expected that another flying sword would follow him out of the sword case in the midst of the powerful sword qi. It was like the shadow of the Four Seasons, following him like a shadow. Li Shang had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The shadow scene was just a transition for him. After leaving a mottled shadow after being pierced by the flying swords inside his body, his real body had already appeared beside Chun Shu. The Yin-Yang Jing was the most powerful Jing he had mastered so far. Under the pressure of the two swordsmen, he could no longer hold back. It was easy to kill Chun Shu, but difficult to deal with the flying sword of the two swordsmen. Chun Shu was furious. He had always thought that Li Shang was one of them and that he was just putting on a show and wouldn't really do anything to him. However, he didn't expect that this junior brother of his would really kill him. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back. Even if the mission failed, the responsibility wouldn't be on him. Although he knew that he wasn't Li Shang's match, he was confident that he could survive this attack. With the two swordsmen attacking him, Li Shang wouldn't have the time to chase after him alone. In the blink of an eye, the wind and clouds changed color. This was a situation where the unit of measurement was breaths. If anyone made the wrong choice, they would die on the spot. 4 people, 4 hearts. Among them, Li Shang's pressure was the greatest. At this moment, he was practically shouldering the pressure of the other 3. In 1 or 2 breaths, the two swordsmen's attacks would come one after another, and he would have to use all his strength to resist them. And right now, his fellow disciple was bursting with his life force to resist the pressure of his yin-yang jing. He had 2 choices. First, he had no fear. Kill Chun Shu head-on and leave the danger to heaven's will. If he did that, he would fulfill his wish. However, he might lose his life. In the 5th ring, no one dared to ignore the flying sword of the swordsman. Was it worth it? The other choice was more stable. He didn't want to kill Chun Shu and save more energy to deal with the flying sword behind him. He would protect himself, but he might lose this opportunity forever. He would lose this precious moment that he had fought so hard for. How should he choose? Chapter 332. Li Shang made his choice almost instantly. He chose his intention, his friend, and his Taoist heart if he could survive. Then, in Chun Shu's panicked shout, the yin-yang scene twisted and tore Chun Shu into pieces. At the same time, his defense was useless in a short period of time. The brilliant flying sword flew straight towards Li Shang. In such a short period of time, he was able to release more than 10 sword lights. Even among the inner swords, he was not an ordinary character. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for a long time. He did not expect it to be Li Shang. He thought it was just an ordinary cultivator of Wn Jingliu who could be easily killed. However, things had taken a turn for the worse. Wn Jingliu had come to make a substitution. This made his plan face the possibility of failure in an instant, but he was not a person who gave up easily. He was considering the possibility of the 3 of them joining hands to kill this master on the ranking list. He was grateful to this silly outer sword who kept pestering him and even gave up his own safety to fight close to him. According to his judgment, the outer sword would be trapped in Li Shang's scene. Then, the 2 of them would work together, with the outer sword inside and the inner sword outside, to kill Li Shang. This was almost inevitable because the outer sword inside the scene would not hold back. For his own life, he had to risk his life. But Li Shang chose not to seize the opportunity to reverse the outer sword, but to chase after Chun Shu. It was a stupid choice to not consider the task and only consider the tactics. He threw himself into the joint attack of the three of them. There was no time to think about why all this was happening. Since he wanted to die, he did not mind giving him a push. His flying sword was close to the yin-yang scene, and now the yin-yang scene was strangling Chun Shu. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill. The outer sword's flying sword was slower than him because there was a very short delay after the sky-measuring sword ruler's teleportation. It was stupid to get close to him. It was stupid to risk his life. Everything was settled, but the outer sword's flying sword suddenly shone brightly when it was dozens of feet away from him. Its speed soared, and it slightly changed its direction and flew toward him. Dozens of feet away was a dangerous distance where the flying sword could not hide. Except for defense and the flying sword stab, the escaping skill could not help him. You are a fellow disciple. You can't escape the sect's punishment. Brilliant Light was indeed an expert of the inner swords. Even though he was focusing all of his energy on Li Shang, he was still able to coordinate several sword rays to counter the flying swords. At the same time, several protective shields appeared around his body. Some came from his Taoist robes, while others were derived from his physical arts. Lu Xiaoyi was not the only one who had a defensive system. Every swordsman had one, but they all had different choices. What made him despair was that the previously powerless Four Seasons seemed to have changed into a different flying sword. His several sword lights were unable to change the direction and strength of Four Seasons. It dispersed several streaks of sword light, shattered the protective aura, broke the small defensive formation on the Daoist robe, pierced through the injury transfer technique, drilled into the Daoist body of the cultivator, and stabbed deeply. This was no longer a power that an ordinary swordsman could display. This swordsman had been feigning ignorance all this while. Load the dishes. However, this was still not enough to kill him. After all, so many layers of defense also played a certain role. At this moment, another cold sword pierced through from below his ribs. This was a habit of Dark Fragrance's sword spirit. It was used to attacking from the opponent's blind spot. For example, the area under his feet. This was the fourth flying sword. Brilliant Light now understood that this swordsman's methods were sinister, but he no longer had the chance to make up for it. However, there was still one thing he did not understand. We're fellow disciples. The inner and outer swords are one family. Why did you attack me? Lu Xiaoyi smiled amiably. Let me tell you a secret. You're not the first inner swordsman I've killed. Brilliant Light wanted to deceive him even before he died, but Lu Xiaoyi wanted to make him depressed before he died. A man's words were kind when he was about to die. This saying was not completely correct. Some people still wanted to deceive others even when they were about to die. The four people became two people. The world suddenly became much more peaceful. Li Shang and Lu Xiaoyi stared at each other. They could see the surprise in each other's actions. Li Shang did not expect that he would still be alive. Moreover, he was not injured at all. Lu Xiaoyi, on the other hand, was secretly complaining. His mission was completely ruined. He originally thought that this art of 10,000 sceneries cultivator was guarding against the flying swords, so he did not dare to use his full strength to kill. They all had one thing in common. They all killed their fellow disciples. At this moment, their curiosity was stronger than their desire to fight. They may have achieved their goal, but they were becoming more and more confused about the direction of event. Has the conflict between the inner and outer swords in Shenyuan already reached this point? This was Li Shang's question. Why? Killing a traitor is actually more important than your own life. This was Lu Xiaoyi's question. Perhaps he felt that his wish had been fulfilled, or perhaps he was secretly afraid of this swordsman's ruthlessness and insidiousness. When he was dealing with him, he did not reveal the slightest bit of his foundation. If he had used his full strength from the beginning, how could he have had the chance to approach Pure Book? Li Shong took the initiative to speak. His not pure book. The real pure book was already killed by him 3 days ago. Although it was the order of the sect, since he was the one who did it, of course we have to put the blame on him. Lu Xiaoyi did not open his mouth. If he could say it, this person would definitely say it. If he could not say it, it would be useless to ask. Li Shong sighed. The real pure book was indeed treated unfairly by the sect. That's another story, not important. But pure book would not betray the sect that nurtured him because of this. This is the quality of a cultivator. The real reason was that pure book did not want to mine this mineral deposit. Lu Xiaoyi quietly listened. He somewhat understood. Pure book and I were companions since childhood. We grew up together and entered the 10,000 scenery stream together. Our hometown is the Red River Valley. Do you see it? It's such a beautiful place. But once the mercurylide mine is mined, the beauty of this place will forever be gone. Benefits, these ordinary people will not be able to obtain. The only thing they can get is to slowly leave their hometown. When the river water is polluted, even the fish cannot survive, let alone drinking it. Slowly, the people here will be plagued by diseases, tortured by poverty, and finally become a wasteland, a land of death. This is our hometown, and we have the responsibility to protect it. I'm not as good as Pure Book. He has the courage to stand up, but I don't. The turning point is in Shenyuan. Because most of the underground part of the mineral deposit is in the hands of the 10,000 scenery stream, Shenyuan will not agree to a small share of the profits. And the 10,000 scenery stream will also not share the profits with Shenyuan. Therefore, due to the conflict, the mining will be put on hold indefinitely. This is the reason why Pure Book defected from Shenyuan. He wanted to tell this secret to Shenyuan, so that the two forces would be able to settle the dispute over the mineral deposit. Unfortunately, the matter was not kept secret. Pure Book was killed by the sect, and the murderer wanted to impersonate him to gain Xuanyuan's trust. Not only could he mislead Shenyuan about the mineral deposit, but he could also become a nail buried in Shenyuan. All this has nothing to do with me. I just want to avenge my friend, that's all. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.